मैंने ऑडियो बंद ये तो म्यूट ही है ये मेरा चल रहा है
मेरे इसमें से ऑडियो Hello. Hello. Good evening, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you. We'll start in another 15 minutes. I request everyone if you can go and check our sponsor stalls on the right behind. And we start in 15 minutes on it.
Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, Ishrae, stand tall in the Indian industry with over 10,000 professionals as members and almost an equal number of student members. Founded in 1981 and headquartered in Delhi, we operate from chapters and sub-chapters spread all over India, bringing our entire industry together. Individuals become members of our society according to their professional and academic standards. Our roadmap of the future looks very bright, with thousands of new members joining this technical society every year and bringing in a fresh outlook to our industry intelligence. Ishrae disseminates knowledge to its technical committees, which consists of some of the best minds of our industry. It publishes technical books, newsletters, and a prestigious journal, distributing the wealth of knowledge to all its members. Working with government departments, Ishrae helps formalize industry codes and standards. Ishrae promotes research by offering financial support to student members to carry out groundbreaking work in technology, systems, and processes. Our educational wing, Ishrae Institute of Excellence, organizes training programs and workshops to help members enhance their skill sets. Our specially designed certification programs under ICP, that is, Ishrae Certified Professional, empower professionals to always be in step with the prevailing technology. Specially designed courses for technicians are offered to meet the ever-increasing demand for a skilled workforce. Ishrae organizes exhibitions, conferences, panel discussions, and product presentations throughout the country. We organize the industry's largest international exposition in South Asia, Trendz India, to showcase the cutting-edge technology, innovation, and provide a platform for closer interactions amongst the decision makers in the industry. The Trendz exhibition is now growing from HVAC and our show into BFA, Welfare Alliance. This brings together several allied shows connected with the building services industry all at one location. Our chapters organize several other popular events like AgriConf in Delhi, BreakOn in Kolkata, Symposia in Mumbai, TechFest in Goa, and many more. We are committed to provide training and career guidance to our student members through seminars, lectures, quiz contests, and site visits. A Quest, a prestigious quiz competition organized by Ishrae to catalyze the transformation of the budding engineering professionals. Ishrae provides a platform to potential employers to select student members for careers in HVAC and our industry at the Ishrae Job Junction. Young minds are made aware of the need for saving power clean air, and sustainability. The K-12 initiative of Ishrae focuses attention on school students' development to inculcate a scientific value and help develop them into responsible citizens. Speedy information is imperative to keep moving forward in this hyper-connected digital age. Searching a specifically designed search engine is now access to a well-cataloged database on HVACR and building services industry with just a few clicks. Ishrae cooperates with various national and international bodies, industry, government, academia, think tanks to promote the concept of sustainability, environmental protection, and energy efficiency and conservation. To enter and explore the universe of the Indian HVACR industry, log on to ishrae.in that unfolds a panorama of information. Let us engineer a sustainable future together through Ishrae. Crown Asia's largest exhibition and conference on cold chain and refrigeration industry solutions. Cold chain industry. Due to shift in focus from increasing the production to better storage and facility of the commodity, the industry has now become an integral part of the supply chain industry, comprising of refrigerated storage and refrigerated transportation. The cold chain industry, via its refrigerated transportation and cold storage technology, has shown its importance and necessity during the COVID pandemic for fast and effective vaccine supply. Owing to the rising need of the infrastructure to reduce wastage, the cold chain industry, the global cold chain monetary market, is expected to grow from $4.4 billion in 2020 to $13.8 billion by 2028, and a CAGR of 15.6% during the forecast period 2021 to 2028. And the Indian cold chain market reached a value of nearly 1,285 billion INR in 2020. The industry is further expected to grow at a CAGR of 14.3% over the forecast period of 2022 to 2027, to attain a value of 2,865 billion INR by 2027. Seeing that growing Indian market, Ishrae proposed Ref Gold India exhibition on the growth of refrigeration and cold chain industry, with an objective to bring forward the best technology solutions and increase the overall growth of this sector. Ref Gold India will cover all sections of refrigeration and cold chain industry, bringing all stakeholders together under one roof, and to display industry-specific latest technology during exhibition, seminar, and workshops on farm, vaccine, dairy, fishery, and hospitality. Conference will be covered by technical experts of the industry, startup pivot, buyers in the meet, entrepreneurs conflict, global poster competition, awards nights. RefCon India is planning during 8 to 10 December 2022, Mahatma Gandhi, Gujarat, where a vast variety of technology related to cold storage, cold transportation, and related equipment, cold chain services, and industrial refrigeration, which is being organized by the Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, called Ishrae, along with exhibition partner Radical Communications. For more information, contact Ishrae, www.refco.in.
परफेक्ट आहे बरोबर आहे मागे बरोबर नाही ठीक ये ठीक है.
Hello. Hello. We are serving tea at the back side of the hall. Please, I request everyone to have high tea, and we start in 5 to 10 minutes.
Technology and engineering advancements has profoundly shaped the economy and the environment. It is in the nature of technology to evolve rapidly, and the world recently witnessed these speedy advancements as we bounce back from the pandemic. Technological progress and engineering marvels have been crucial in eliminating the challenges humanity has faced throughout the centuries, and now is the time for it to shift focus towards a threat looming on all of mankind. India is at the forefront of adapting to the evolving heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration industry, and global companies within the sector are looking towards India as the hub for innovation. This has been made possible due to various government initiatives such as Make in India and Skill India, which have equipped the Indian workforce with technological expertise to take the industry to the next level. In addition to this, the government of India announced a production-linked incentive scheme worth 4,600 crore rupees to 43 companies for the manufacturing of components that we previously used to import. The Indian HVACR industry is projected to grow 8 times in the next 20 years in accordance with the Indian National Growing Plan. The Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers is an organization dedicated to the advancement of the arts and sciences of the HVACR industry. Ishrae and Informa markets in India are in strategic partnership to take the HVACR industry to the next level. Informa markets are known for their expertise across the B2B exhibition sector and ability to create innovative business platforms that help industries and markets thrive. Informa Markets and Ishrae join hands to bring to you Accrex 2023, India's forefront exhibition for the HVACR industry. The previous edition of Accrex attracted 30,000 plus attendees and 400 plus distinguished exhibitors from all across the world. The 2023 edition of Accrex expects to see a footfall in excess of 35,000 attendees, with 450 plus exhibitors from 40 countries. With the grand platform for buyer and seller meets, Accrex will find the views of millions of HVACR professionals and provide them with the best and the most comprehensive business platform with all the ingredients for success. Experts from all over the world would come together to meet people, cultivate and expand networks and conduct business. Mumbai, known as the financial capital of India, is a well-established manufacturing and engineering hub. The region is an established center of technology and infrastructural investments, which makes it apt for this year's edition that focuses on engineering advances and the future. The 2023 edition will take place from the 14th to 16th of March at the Bombay Exhibition Center. The future of the industry will be on display at Trendz 2023 with a little bit of the Prime Minister's vision of achieving carbon neutrality by the year 2000.
Hello. Hello. I request everyone if they can bring their tea and snacks on the chairs and be seated. We'll start off. We're running late. I request everyone to please be seated as we are running late now. We need to start the program. A very good evening and a warm welcome again to everyone present here. Before we begin today's engagement, I would request everyone to rise up for the national anthem. just 2. I request everyone behind to please come ahead. We're starting the program with the national anthem. Thank you, everyone. Code of ethics, please. In this Ishrae meeting, we will act with care, dignity, and consideration, upholding all values of trust, teamwork, meritocracy, and justice. We shall not exploit the society forum for any commercial or personal gains, and shall avoid all real or perceived conflicts of interest, and that our thoughts, words, and action shall not besmirch the image and standing of Ishrae. I also request everyone to keep their cell phones on silent to maintain the decorum of the event, and everyone behind to please join the audience. Yes, we have started. Can we close the ITV?
Collaboration is important, not just because it's a better way to learn. The spirit of collaboration is a part of equipping yourself for effectiveness, problem solving, innovation, and lifelong learning in an ever changing network economy. And what could be more electrifying than to have all the ignited minds meeting on a common platform, the ACR Trendz 2022-23. Respected dignitaries of the dais, the honorable guest of honor, chief guest, and all the invitees. A very good evening to everyone. We, Sonal and Siddhant, on the occasion of ACR Trendz 2022-23, welcome you all on the behalf of Pune Chapter Family of Ishrae, the Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air-Conditioned Engineers. ACR Trendz, know what's currently trending, HVAC and R, as the tagline says, is the forum for choice of learning and networking in an interactive and crisp way through dissemination of technical knowledge and techno-commercials on latest HVAC and R technologies. And we are proud today to host the 18th edition of ACR Trendz, which has always been a flagship program of Ishrae Pune chapter. We at Ishrae foster innovation to deliver the best possible solutions in the field of heating, refrigeration, and air-conditioned engineering and related sciences, while guaranteeing continued education, career guidance, and financial assistance through various initiatives. And ACR Trendz is the germination of this ideology.
It is indeed a beautiful evening, all soaked in the lighted frame of mind And to grace this occasion, we have with us a round of applause for our chief guest for today, Mr. Krishna Prakash, IPS Special IG. Our second chief guest for tonight is Dr. Sanjay Kolte, IAS CEO, Pune Smart City. So please come near to Tulsi. We have the Tulsi pulling up there. Our chief guest again, Mr. Yogesh Thakkar, Ishrae National President-elect 2023-24. Our guest of honor today, Mr. Anuradha Sahapure, CKO, Pune Smart City. All our distinguished speakers, industrial delegates, and all the invitees. I would also like to call upon Mr. Virender Burade, sir, close to the Tulsi plant, Mr. Mihir Sangvi, Mr. Subhash Kanade, Mr. K. Ramchandran, Mr. Vikram Murthy, Mr. Arvind Surange, and Mr. Ramesh Panachkar, with all the chief guests. Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. In Ishrae, we have adopted the 3 P's: Paravaran, Prithvi, Parivartan. And hence we have we water the Tulsi plant as a part of our regards to Mother Earth, Tulsi Ma. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, we are proud to launch the IPC Bulletin, which provides a glimpse of the varied activities carried out by our team since past few months. I would like to request the following dignitaries to kindly come forward to launch the Ishrae Bulletin. Mr. Arvind Surange sir, Mr. Ashish Vaishnav, Mr. Ramesh Paranjpe, Mr. Krishna Prakash, Dr. Sanjay Kolte. Mr. Anuradha Shahapure, Anirudh Shahapure, Mr. Yogesh Thakkar, Mr. Rohit Sardesai, Mr. Mihir Sangvi, Mr. K. Ramchandran, Mr. Prashant Desai, Mr. Yannick Debo, Mr. Javed Rafi, Mr. Yusuf Inamda, and our President, Mr. Virender Burade. And Mr. Vikram Murthy.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on, I now request the gentleman leading the mega event, ACR Trendz 2022-23, Mr. Subhash Kanade, Managing Director, Atharva Energy Solutions, and the convener of this event, to enlighten us about the event and the evening ahead. So please.
Thanks, madam. A very good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
Very good evening to everyone.
Yeah, good evening.
Thank you. That's great. Honorable Chief Guest, guest of honors, stalwarts of IPC, all consultants present here, all past office bearers of the IPC, office bearers of the supportive organizations, and dear friends. I am Subhash Kanade, convener of this ACR Trendz. And being a convener of this technical event, it's my honor to officially welcome you all to this 18th edition of Ishrae Pune chapter's mega national event, ACR Trendz. ACR Trendz was Mr. Suhas Deshpande sir's brain idea way back in 2006. It deserves a round of applause. In other words, he is the father of this event. And each year, ACR Trendz grows in importance and is now becoming a national event. ACR Trendz is the most sought after event for the HVAC and our industry globally. This event always attracted delegates from all over the nation and neighboring countries. This year's ACR Trendz is the forum of choice for learning and networking in the new interactive format. For this, we are fortunate to have a galaxy of VIPs with us, like Mr. Krishna Prakash sir is joining us in a few minutes, Dr. Sanjay Kolte, Mr. Yogesh Thakkar sir, Mr. Aniruddha Shahapuri, Mr. Rohit Sardesai, Mr. Vikram Murthy sir, Mr. Mir Sangvi ji, Mr. Kishore Finandar, and many others. Today is a special day of Ishrae Pune chapter, and we are blessed to have with us our senior mentors like Mr. Arvind Solanki sir, Mr. Paran sir, Mr. Suhas Deshpande sir, Mr. Viswarkar sir, Mr. Nandakishore Mathodi ji, Mr. Deepak Wani ji, Mr. Satish Menon ji, and all other stalwarts of the IPC Pune chapter. This year's ACR Trendz theme is a smart technologies for sustainable future in perspective of data centers and clean room. And as the theme, we have intellectual speakers too with us, like Mr. Prashant Desai sir is with us, Mr. K. Ramachandran sir is with us, Mr. Zaved ji, Mr. Annie Howard. Also, today we have a special guest speaker, Dr. Yogesh Pawar. Before we kickstart our conference, I would like to express my gratitude towards all who sincerely contributed to this event in order to make this grand success. As a convener, I promise you that today this is going to be a great evening of inspiring, learning, motivating, connecting, and networking. Thanks very much, and let's enjoy the session. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for this overview. It indeed is a task to organize such an event at this grand scale, as we can see. Thank you once again, Subhash sir. Now I would request our Pune President, sir, Mr. Virender Borade, Ishrae Pune Chapter President, to throw some light on the activities of our Pune chapter.
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Sonal, for wonderful start on this great evening with a great August gathering. Welcome all, as rightly mentioned by my colleague Subhash Kanade ji, that this event is a very noble event that was started in the year 2006, and now this year is 18th edition of this event. And to grace this occasion, we have Sanjay Kolte sir. He is IAS officer and Chief Executive Officer of Pune Smart City. Aniruddha Shahapuri sir with us, Chief Knowledge Officer, and many stalwarts present here. I welcome all of them. I welcome all my past president. They have really made this Pune chapter a very proud chapter, and I am really proud to be part of this this particular chapter as a president, 30th president. Okay, so we started on the 1st April 2022. We took oath ceremony in Hyatt Hotel. Almost 22 plus CWC members that I have, and I'm really blessed to have such a wonderful committee. We have engaged, almost 15 plus different societies on this day with a business meet and networking meet, and these are some of the glimpses of it. Very next day, on 2nd April, we have celebrated our 29th anniversary Pune chapter. Event like we have celebrated World Health Day, and in Anandman we have planted more than 200 trees as to follow our national mission Prithvi Paryavaran and Parivartan. And then we had a World Health Day also. We have celebrated. Human representation was there. This time was a unique initiative we have started. We have started STEM activity under fire awareness to the students. We have celebrated Fire Service Week along with Chief Fire Officer and Fire Department of Pune. Another landmark thing that we have started in this year is the influencer series, because we have seen the downtrend in mechanical engineering. We have seen a lot of students are getting attracted in IT because of lucrative packages that they are getting. So we have decided to showcase a live example where we have influencer who has become entrepreneur, and then how they are enjoying this industry, HVAC and our industry as well as mechanical industry. So we have live cases. Mr. Ullas Vajpal, Mr. Ketan Thakur, architect Anshul Gujarati has delivered a very nice talk in front of students. Our first lady of Ishrae National, Mrs. Sandhya Chandrasekhar, she had very wonderful session for women in Ishrae. We have gifted trees as again Prithvi Paryavaran Parivartan is our theme of this year. So we have distributed more than 100 trees, and she had conducted a wonderful session on life mantras, how to solve the stress, how to mitigate the problems. These are some of the photographs, and Ishrae is known as a refrigeration hub of India. We have Mr. Arvind Surange, R.P. Paranjpe sir, they are stalwart, they are pioneer in this refrigeration industry, and they are supposed to be a father, and they are part of the refrigeration industry. And we have celebrated whole month in 4 series. We have celebrated this refrigeration week in 4 different series. And media, of course, took due the attention of this series in terms of their coverage in multiple newspapers like Hindi newspaper, English newspaper. Mr. Sunil Pawar, the managing director of MSIME, was the chief guest of this program. These are some of the glimpses. Then we have a very unique energy driven program for youth and membership drive, that is Ishrae Volleyball Champions League. And tomorrow we have another event, that is Ishrae Table Tennis League, that is happening in this same premises, Second Jimkhana. And this program was like literally Mr. Dilip Jha was one of the owner of this team, and Max Aircon, and there are a lot of 10 more companies participated as a owner of this individual team, and then more than 500 participants and viewers were there. Arvind Surange sir, again I would like to thank for this very noble initiative that you have started along with Ishrae and Rotary. In this, we have distributed grants to different projects for engineering students under Rotary Change Lives. We have our another national event, that is VRF Technomeet, in which we started this. Earlier it was very popularly known as VRF Dangal. Now this year we have changed the theme, and we have considered it as a VRF Technomeet 1.0. There are many such VRF Technomeet are in discussion with different brands. First, the VRF Technomeet was sponsored by Daikin. I am thankful to them, and chief guest was Mr. R.S. Kulkarni sir, a very renowned VP and education consultant. We have celebrated Yoga Day, then we have a national event of AgriServe. This is being spread across all 46 chapters, and we, Pune, this year we have taken a lead, and first AgriServe we have conducted Institute of Engineers. Then for students also we have COEP and in various different colleges we have started this activity of connecting and inspiring students. We have SIL University, we can see the stall also here. Mr. Dr. Yogesh Pawar is our scaling up partner, where he will come today in today's session. He will cover the scaling up, how to scale up your business. That session we have at the end of this session. And we have started Paryavaran Wari, we have started various membership promotion night. Industrial visit also we have done in Labek. We have planned now on 18th of this month. We have planned Labek visit also. Regular CWC meeting happening. A lot of people are contributing, and there are a lot of enthusiasm in the team. Welcome, Krishna Prakash sir. We have been, waiting since long, and the moment has arrived. Thank you, sir, for making all the way to travel from Mumbai to Pune. Welcome, sir. So Krishna Prakash sir is the only the first gazetted officer in the Indian bureaucracy who has qualified Ironman as a tag. He has qualified then several other marathon and nationally as well as internationally. Welcome, sir. We have project competition. We have different days we have celebrated, and that's it. We have many other programs lined up. This is just a half year, and if you can see this in your table, this is just publication that we are trying to cover in whatever activity that we have done in last 6 months, and another 6 months activity are already demonstrated in this that we are going to publish. We have REFCON in Pune, we have REFCON in Kolhapur, then we have Jal Vayu Agni, we are associated with IPA, we are associated with Fire and Security Association. And on 12th of November, we are having Jal Vayu Agni. Then another flagship event, our architect Anshul Gujarati ma'am, where is she? Can you stand up, ma'am? Architect Anshul Gujarati ma'am is our sustainability chair in Ishrae Pune chapter, and she has conceived this idea of connecting all societies together in green conclave, where we will bring IPA, we will bring FSCI, then RATA, then many other associate societies, and this green conclave is planned on 3rd of December. So, and all other events are on your table, you can see. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for this brief overview about the activities conducted in the Ishrae. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today an eminent personality, Mr. Yogesh Thakkar, Ishrae National President-elect 2023-24. Sir carries with him 30 years of rich experience. He is a very successful businessman and a founder of Yogi Engineers, a leading HVAC and fire security contracting company. Now, without a further delay, I request sir to take over.
Good evening, Pune. So, I really honored to be here today. I bring along greetings from all the Ishraeites for the information of all my guests here. Ishrae is a premium society, it's a 42-year-old society, and with a membership of more than 23,000 members, regular members and student members, and we are spread over almost 45 locations across India with over 10,000 subjects. I here take the opportunity to welcome our guest, Sanjay ji. You're welcome here, sir. Krishna Prakash ji and Aniruddha Shapur ji. So you are all from the smart city, but the smart cities cannot be smart unless they are sustainable. And we as Ishrae plays an important role in making the society more sustainable. Our efforts are there to because air conditioning, as you all know, plays a very important role. We are considered as energy guzzlers, but our aim is to spread knowledge, training, education, and our aim is to bring down the energy
is and make the city more smarter. And I can see a lot of presidents, presidential member Vikram ji is there, Ramchandra ji, I welcome you all. Prashant is there as our district lecturer from Pune. Pune has been a vibrant city, a big and a vibrant chapter in India. And Asia Trends, as I know, this is the 20, just correctly, this is the 22nd. 18 is a big legacy, the Asia Trends. A big round of applause for this. So, happening 80 years, this 80 years they have raised the bar, and I welcome you once and all to this event ACR, and let this coming hours be knowledge sharing, knowledge. So whatever the knowledge is shared by the distinguished lecturers, we all take it forward and try to implement in our own way. What good part is Pune brings along the table is their good advocacy. Today we have from the government a great advocacy effort by Pune. Also, they work jointly with all the associated society. But great thing, Pune, which I am seeing is FSCI working together. I see you are doing Jalwai working with FSCI and IPA also coming up. We have FLID, we have ISOGEM. Awesome, you work very closely with ISIE also you have closely working with. AESA also closely working with. Of course, RATA is there, Ishrae is there in Pune. And I can see me, our dynamic RD also from RATA, Dilip, I welcome you all for this event. And one more thing which on the Ishrae platform, I would like to use this platform and appeal to all the people present here. After a long gap of 2 years, we are having 2 or 3 big events and exhibitions. Ishrae carries out exhibition. The largest exhibition in the South Asia is the ACREX exhibition, which is happening in Mumbai, which is going to happen in March 23. And this December 22, we are having a REPFORD at Ahmedabad. So I welcome you all to attend both this exhibition of REPFORD in December 22 and ACREX in March 23. Apart from this, we have our upcoming event. The most popular event is Urjavaran, which is happening in 29 locations simultaneously in the coming 2 months. So these are the few announcements which I would like to use on this platform. And once again, welcome to this ACR Trendz and let
Thank you, sir, for this. I now request Mr. Nandkishore Kotkar to felicitate Mr. Yogesh Thakkar. Dear all, moving on, may I take the honor of introducing you all to our chief guest of today, Mr. Krishna Prakash. He is currently the IPS Special ID VIP. Mr. Krishna Prakash IPS has completed the internationally famous grueling Ironman Triathlon held on 27 August 2017 at Delhi, France. The thing was far down. He has completed that in 14 hours, 8 minutes, 23 seconds. He is the very first Indian civil servant, Indian government servant, to have been able to do so. He has received many awards for his commendable achievement. He's been awarded the Police Medal for Meritorious Service on the occasion of Independence Day 2014. He's awarded the Mahatma Gandhi Peace Award for the communal harmony work at Malegaon. We are highly privileged to have such an eminent personality with us today. I request sir to take over the mic and can you just play the audio video which is right on the screen? Sir, please. Round of applause, please.
माध्यम खल धर्म साधन से शरीर ही पहला और प्रथम साधन है अपने सभी कर्तव्यों सभी धर्मों को पूरा करने।
IG Special Unit of Security, IPS Ishrae, witness the magic.
गिरता उठता कभी न रुकता अंदर है जो चलता रहता जख्मों को नहीं सह सकता बेगन वही है सब। Ishrae Pune chapter is celebrating its 42nd year, and ACR Trendz has organized this wonderful program. I must quote a Sanskrit hymn. Sendam Brahmarthasya Parartho Buddha Mata Yonyan Sukhati Vidwan Tasya Dukham Vinashya. जो मनुष्य दूसरों के सुखों का आयोजन करता है उसके दुख स्वयं ही नष्ट हो जाते हैं। आप सही मायनों में दूसरों के सुखों का आयोजन करते हैं। You really invest your time, your entrepreneurial skills, and your money into air conditioning, refrigerating, heating, in these things which are essential parts of human life of modern days. तो एक ऐसी संस्था जो उन लोगों को जोड़ने का काम करती है जो उन्नत राष्ट्रों सोशल सिक्योरिटी नेट में जो कार्य आते हैं, so in countries like US, UK, or European countries, a heated house or a heated accommodation comes under social security net. You are into that, and definitely our country is bound to become some point of time the developed country. And that is what is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. But you people have started these things 40 years ago. बहुत पहले आपने शुरुआत में एक श्लोक है कि आस्ते भक्ताश्रय योगतिष्ठति तिष्ठति मानस्य चराचरतो इसका अर्थ ये होता है कि हमारा भाग्य तब तक आसन मार कर बैठा रहता है जब तक हम आसन मार करता है। हमारा भाग्य तब तक सोया रहता है जब तक हम सोए। हमारा भाग्य तब उठ खड़ा हो जाता है जब हम चलने लगते हैं, और हमारा भाग्य जब दौड़ने या चलने लगता है जब हम चलते हैं। कलयुग, द्वापर युग, त्रेता युग, सतयुग, जो इन युगों की एक संकल्पना है या परिकल्पना है, आप कह सकते हैं, those psychological eras might be or might not be there, but it can be realized here at this moment and this place itself. Whenever we are sleeping deep into slumber, not thinking of doing new things, not searching for new horizons, not working on any ideas, not coming together for the synergy effect or for 10x results, then what happens? This place and this time itself is confusing. When we start doing something, when we are awake, when we start thinking towards some goal, towards some common goal, as it is envisaged in our constitution, the 10th fundamental duty envisages us to work together for achieving individual and community goals. And that is what you all are doing by way of organizing such symposium of ACR Trendz or Ishrae programs. When we are awake and we are ready to take action, then it is called Sannidhan. जब हम तत्पर हो जाते हैं काम करने, हम खड़े हो जाते हैं, हम पूरी तैयारी के साथ, सजगता के साथ ये सोचने लगते हैं, अब हमें स्टेप्स लेना है। तो at this place, at this moment only, there is free time. And when we start taking giant steps, then this place and this moment only becomes something. So it is what we want to do or want to achieve by way of coming together, working together, sitting together, thinking together, taking resolve for knowledge and enrichment. Samgachatvam, sampadakvam, sampomanasi janatam, samana mantra sabiti samani, samana manak sachindasa, samana mantra vimantra eva, samani eva visha yomi, samani eva apti, samani daya eva, samana mastu daya. This clearly means that we should sit together, we should discuss together, we should confront on ideas with one another. We should work together. We should offer together. We should take resolve together and accomplish our goals. Knowledge and wealth. So it is an apt program for the great purpose, what you are thinking of. Certainly, as you are continuously organizing this program every year and at different parts of the country, you are going to achieve and accomplish whatever goals you are wishing for, whatever you want to achieve. I'm a police officer. And when I was last time I was working as IGVIT security, I was for South Mumbai Additional CP, I was very much attached with Fasai. I used to come for the programs of Fasai, and that's why my relation with Fasai has gone strength to strength. But मुझे लगता है कि यहां मुझे बुलाया गया है आपको मोटिवेट करने। But I have not been given any topic as such. So you might have gone through Jobbery's window if now you have done management courses or even read some management topics, then they believe go through Jobbery's window. Joe and Harry, it is not Jobbery. Two management gurus, Joe and Harry, and that's why it is called Jobbery. And it has 4 parts of your life. The first one is you know and others know. एक तरफ you का कॉलम ये रहता है, दूसरी तरफ others का रहता है. So you know, others know. That is known to all. आपकी कुछ क्वालिटीज होते हैं, वो फिर दूसरे आता है कि you know, others don't know. वो आपकी स्पेशलिटी होती है. कुछ ऐसी होती है जो others know but you don't know that these are your qualities. And the last one is the dark side. Actually, not dark side, but you also don't know and others also don't. But at some stage of life, you discover that, you get that. And that is what has happened with me. When I was at Additional CP South Region in 2013, I started with my first marathon. Because I was in charge of the security of 10 Mumbai marathons, used to be called as Standard Chartered Mumbai Marathon. Now it is called Tata. So when I requested my then CP, Dr. Satyapal Singh, and joined CP Law and Order, who was my boss, direct boss, whom I was reporting, Dr. Sadanand Date, sir. They told me that we are going to permit you for this run to deploy, brief each and every team for the security in the night, and then you can start your run, but you have to come back in uniform before the dream runs. Very large number of people participate, around 30-40. So I ran, I changed into uniform immediately, and I did my duty as well. And there was no looking back. I started running half marathons. I worked in 2001, I worked in Malegaon. Malegaon is a very, very sensitive place. अब कह सकते हैं कि था, was very, very sensitive, communally sensitive. And I was sent there after communal rights took place over there, where more than 14, 15 people were butchered and many religious places were razed to the dust. जब दोस्त कर दी गई. The hatred was at its peak. The differences were, you can say that it was the optimum. And of course, we worked very meticulously, and that's why earlier, even on small issues, हो गई और दंगे हो जाते थे every year. But after we worked very hard, even after 2 bomb blasts till date, last 20 years I joined there 2001, and last 20 years, no communal right took place even after 2 bomb blasts. So they called me for peace run. They called me exactly की दौड़ के लिए. उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया जाके सलोखा रन के. When I went there, after the run, a budding doctor who was studying in Kenya and son of a doctor gave a presentation that he is preparing for half Ironman. Anyone else want to prepare for half Ironman? Kindly join. And at the end, as the chief guest, I have been called. Then I questioned that what? That why you have to become half Ironman? If there is a full Ironman, why not full? So he said it will take another 2 years to prepare as a doctor or as a student. I will not be able to do that. That was somewhere in my mind, and 2-3 months later, K. Vijay Kumar, sir, who is a retired DG from Tamil Nadu cadre, is still very fit, 6-7 years of retirement itself, still very, very fit. He is advisor to the Kashmir government. He wrote a book, The Chase of Brigand. And who was the brigand? Virappa. And the book was released in CCI at the hands of Akshay Kumar, and then CP Datta Parsaveer, who is now Secretary advisor to our country, deputy secretary to our country. So when the book was released, one thing actually hit that the dark side of mine. Dark side means which I was not knowing and others were not. And that was the thing, Virappan, when his dead body was postmortem. The doctor who did his autopsy or postmortem came out with astonishment and surprise that the Virappan's body parts are as healthy as a 5-year young person. And that was shocking for me. And that's why Virappan made the police and the forest officials and the LSITs run for their money and blood and life for 3 decades in 3 states. He killed more than 200 police officials and forest officials. And he could still survive. One copy of that is very popular, this Puspa, the movie you have seen. So, when this was revealed, it came into my mind that because K. Vijay Kumar is very fit, even after his retirement, he is looking so safely. He could encounter Virappan after 3 decades. If we have to fight criminals, we have to be agile as well as we have to be very alert. And for that, physical fitness is very, very important. Because Charak Samhita says that Sariram Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhana. The body itself is the first and paramount instrument to perform all our duties for the life. Or I can quote another line from Charak Samhita that Sarir Indriye Sattva Atma Sayogo means if we want to live a successful life, the successful life if we want to live, then first your body, then your senses, then your mind, and then comes your soul. They should be in harmony in the same page, on the same page. So, अगर आप उन सबको एक पेज पर लेकर आते हैं, तो आप सही मायनों में सक्सेसफुल हैं. And that's why I got myself enrolled for Ironman the very day. Though I was not knowing the freestyle swimming till then, I never cycled the cycle रोड बाइक्स जिसको कहते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग जानते होंगे. मैं उस समय तक 2017 तक मैं नहीं जानता रोड बाइक क्या होता है. मैंने वो कैंची वाली साइकिल चलाई थी. उसके पहले अपने या बाद में स्कूल के लिए जो साइकिल कॉलेज के लिए खरीदी गई थी, वो साइकिल कैंची वाली साइकिल से सीखा था. मतलब मामा चाचा की साइकिल से सीखा था और कैंची बना करके चलाना साइड से चलाते थे. और फिर बाद में हमने स्कूल जाने के लिए और कॉलेज जाने के लिए साइकिल का इस्तेमाल किया था. तो क्लीट वाली साइकिल जिसपे पैर फंस जाता, वो सब तो मैं कभी जानता ही नहीं था. और जब मैंने शुरू किया तो कई बार गिरा भी. उतरते वक्त गिरा, इसलिए ज्यादा चोट नहीं लगी, क्योंकि गिरे होने पर ही क्लीट से पैर निकालना मुश्किल होता है. So I had only 4 months. I practiced hard and I could do it in 4 months. And even better than my timing was much better than the person who did it earlier. You all know his name. He is very famous. So So this was the first thing. Everyone discouraged me. Everyone said it is not possible to do within 4 months. Whoever was knowing about Ironman, because at that point of time, there were few people who had done Ironman. Now there are hundreds of people who have done Ironman. But at that point of time, 2-3 people have only done Ironman. And the next year I did Ultraman. Ultraman, still there are few people, handful of people who have done Ultraman. So what is Ironman? You have just heard. And Ultraman is 2.5 times almost all the other components, and running component is double the marathon. So it is 10 kilometers of open water swimming, then 421 kilometers of cycling, and then 84.3 kilometers of running within a time span of 6 hours to complete. And I did it. And even surprised to know this Ultraman also came as an accident. I never thought of becoming an Ultraman after doing Ironman, but I attempted Deccan Cliffhanger, which starts from Pune and ends at Goa, 645 kilometer cycling race. I was doing well, but at Medha Ghat, you might be knowing in Satara, there's the Medha Ghat, down. My own crew vehicle hit me from the behind. Perhaps the driver must have dozed off, and he hit me from the behind. And I had 3 major fractures: clavicle, scapula, and upper leg. I could not even stand up. I could not even come out of the bed by myself. मेरे लिए बहुत मुश्किल था कि मैं खुद से बिस्तर से उतर जाऊं. और उस समय मुझे लगा कि अगर ईश्वर ने, if the God has pulled me back, ईश्वर ने अगर मेरे धनुष की प्रत्यंचा पीछे खींची है, तो इसका अर्थ है कि वो और दूर के निशाने पर लगाना चाहता है. And then I was just searching in Google that what can be the tougher than Iron? And I found Ultraman. And among all the Ultramans, Ultraman Australia was the toughest at that point of time. Now there is Ultraman Arizona also, so that might be the tougher than Australia. But that at that point of time, in 2015, there were 3 Ultramans: Ultraman Florida, Ultraman Canada, and Ultraman Ultraman Australia. So it is conducted in Zahir, Sunshine Coast. And doctors told me that for 6 months, so you don't think of even working out. And I got myself registered for an event just within 6 months. With the figure 8 bandage on, I started running. I ran 42 kilometers with figure 8 bandage itself. And figure 8 bandage is, that is the way of when these things are fractured, you have to use figure 8 bandage. Some might have to use it. Clavicle fracture hona bahut aam baat. I started cycling with figure 8 bandage, and swimming I practiced in the sea of Palghar for last 3 weeks, because before going to Australia, and still I could finish Ultraman. And then next year I thought, why not something? Of course, I became the first government servant and civil servant to be an Ironman, then including defense, and then Ultraman, the only government servant till date. I am the Ultraman. And then I thought, why not to become first Indian to finish up? जब मैं ये कर सकता हूँ, I discovered my fourth bracket of Johari's window. So मैंने discover कर लिया कि मैं कर सकता हूँ. And then I registered myself for race across West America. This is a 1500 kilometer cycling race. It's the toughest show. from California to Colorado. And in between 900 kilometers of desert, that is Arizona and Utah province of Sonora and Mojave deserts, which are having no vegetation and the temperature ranging from 47 to 52 degrees. And then you have to climb up to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. The gradual ascent is double than Everest, not direct ascent, but gradual ascent up and down. 60,000 feet. You have to climb riding on cycle, and you have to finish it within 92 hours. All the other daily routines you have to accommodate in that time itself. And to my surprise, when I finished, they questioned me, organizers, are you not repenting that you stayed back 2 hours back? Well, why I should repent? I just slept for 2 hours because I found that there are 7 hours left for finishing. Only if you would have finished these 50 kilometers, then you would have been the podium finisher. So I stood fourth, unfortunately, because I was sleeping for 2 hours. Because I thought 7 hours is left, and 50 kilometers I can do it, and that is downhill left. I can do it in 1 hour, 15 minutes or 20 minutes. So I slept for 2 hours. So I could reach there 4 hours in advance. I finished in 8 hours, and I stood fourth. So my belief is that you have strong nerves, stronger muscles, but the strongest mind. But the strongest mind can only be discovered when you have a passionate, brave heart for something. If you are not having passionate, brave heart, आपके साथ जज्बों से भरा दिल नहीं होगा, साहसी दिल, तो आप कभी भी अपने उस स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट माइंड को, उस सशक्त दिमाग को, सबसे मजबूत दिमाग को कभी भी आप डिस्कवर या डिटेक्ट नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसलिए आपका जिस क्षेत्र में भी पैशन, मैं नहीं कह रहा कि आप स्पोर्ट्स के, आपको बुक लिखना है, आप बुक लिखना चाहते हो, आपको लिखने का पैशन, आपको पढ़ने का पैशन, आपको कुछ नया बिजनेस शुरू करने का पैशन है, then you need to have that उस पैशन को इस शिखर तक ले जाना है, इस ऊंचाई तक ले जाना है कि आप उस मजबूत दिमाग को, सबसे मजबूत दिमाग को डिस्कवर कर सकें। हमारे स्वामी विवेकानंद ने भी कहा था, स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कि you have, so our countrymen should have the nerves of steel, the muscles of iron, and the minds of thunderbolt. If we want to create inspirational history, we need to have an iron will. तो इस आयरन विल को प्राप्त करने के लिए मैं एक मंत्र दे रहा हूँ, जिस क्षेत्र में भी पैशन, उस क्षेत्र में एक तलिस्मा दे रहा हूँ आपको, कि उस क्षेत्र में आप अपने पैशन को इतना धड़काइए कि उसका धुआं आसमान तक। Anyway, I think मैंने काफी लंबी बात कर दी है, तो मैं अपनी बात को यही खत्म करूंगा, ये कहते हुए कि दशहरे की आप सबको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। आप सबको दशहरे की जो विजयदशमी है, इसकी शुभकामनाएं, और आप जीतें अपनी हर जंग में। मंजिल मिले ना मिले इसका गम नहीं, मंजिल की पुस्तकों पे हमारा कारवां तो है। मैंने एक कविता लिखी है दशहरे के अवसर पर, अभी लिखी है, इसलिए मैं उस कविता से आप तक रूबरू होना चाहूंगा। श्रांत नहीं शक्ति होगी, उद्भ्रांत नहीं भक्ति होगी, रेहार न मानव मन, रेहार न मानव मन अपना साहस से મારા હૃદય રખો લો ખળગ ઉઠા પાતાલ છે गांडीव चढ़ा तू व्योम भी कदा चलाकर सिंधु मोड़ कर घन प्रहार चट्टान को हर युग में अनगिन रावण होंगे हर युग में अनगिन रावण होंगे मर्यादा वर्ण करना होगा फिर राम तुम्हें बनना होगा चंड मुंड भस्मासुर होंगे सब असुरों को मरना होगा चंड मुंड भस्मासुर होंगे सब असुरों को मरना होगा नौ दुर्गा रूप करना होगा संकल्प दृढ़ करना होगा विकल्प नया करना होगा लहरों से टकराना होगा अंधकार को लहरों से टकराना होगा अग्नि में उतर जाना होगा लहरों से टकराना होगा अग्नि में उतर जाना होगा अंधकार को काट सके उन शस्त्रों को पुनः उठाना होगा धन्यवाद जय
Thank you for your motivating words. This will definitely help us to perform even better in our workplace while also pursuing our own interests. Thank you once again. I now request Mr. Virendra Borade to felicitate Mr. Krishna Prakash.
हम लोग एयर कंडीशनिंग में आउटसाइड एटमॉस्फेयर को कंट्रोल करते हैं सर ने अपनी बॉडी को कैसे कंट्रोल करना है बहुत अच्छा मंत्र दिया थैंक यू सर
Ladies and gentlemen, moving further, I take extreme pride in introducing our chief guest, Dr. Sanjay Kothare. Dr. Sanjay Kothare is currently the IIS CEO of our Pune city. He joined as a deputy director in the year 1994. He spent his initial 23 years of his service in various capacities as a revenue officer, as a commissioner, and as a chief executive officer, Zilla Parish. He has also received Padma Shri Dr. Manibhai Desai Pratishthan Pune's Rashtra Seva Award 2017 for his outstanding administrative work. In the year 2020, he was posted as Chief Executive Officer of Pune Smart City Development Corporation Limited. During his tenure in Pune City has received 4-star ranking in Smart Cities Climate Assessment Framework 2.0 Award and the second most livable city award and several other awards. So with great honor and pride, I now request Dr. Kothare for his address.
After the inspiring words of Mr. Prakash sir, the baton has been passed on to me. Very good evening to all. This ACR Trendz 2022-23 event of Ishrae. Honorable dignitaries, Sri Krishna Prakash sir, IG, Special IG, the President-elect of Ishrae, Sri Yogesh Thakkar, my colleague Mr. Anirudh Shapure, Yusuf Inamdar, distinguished speakers Mr. Prashant Desai, Yogesh Pawar, members from HVACR group of industries, students and friends. When I started as the CEO Pune Smart City, I was just trying to find out the connect which I will be expressing in my address. And yes, that was very easy, and it just began with the Tulsi, for which we watered the Tulsi as a part of evacuation, and that was very symbolic. And sustainability is the catchword for which we all here are working in various capacities. And Pune Smart City, which is run under Pune Smart City Mission, so launched in 2015-16. Fortunately, from Pune City itself, it was launched by Honorable Prime Minister. Making the city safer, smarter, resilient, inclusive, and ultimately more livable was the main objective behind this mission, and bringing about the drastic change and efficiency in the service delivery of the citizens by use of smarter technologies and technology-driven solutions to a great extent. At the same time, making the cities climate friendly, achieving the objectives of sustainable development goals, and bringing ultimate sustainability, reducing the carbon footprints of the urban areas, making them ultimately safer and more livable. So, with this objective, the Smart City Mission began its journey, and various initiatives were started. One of the major stakeholders for Smart City Mission is the urban local body, the Smart City SPV, the industry, the academia, and the various NGOs and the people, of course, the citizens. So together, we have to take forward these objectives of the Smart City Mission. And the Pune Smart City also began its journey on climate, environment, energy efficiency, and environmental protection. Some of the projects I would definitely mention here: smart street LED lighting, smart element projects where flood sensors and environmental sensors are being deployed, have been deployed in the city. Smart e-buses, which are flying in the city since 2019. The e-rickshaw project, which was implemented on a smaller scale, on a pilot scale in the city, and of course, a potential has been found out in this project. Solar rooftop projects have been implemented by the Pune Smart City. The green building movement is another movement which is taking us all towards sustainability. And as part of HD ACR Industries Group, you all are contributing in a great way to green building the movement in the country. And I learned from the IGBC, which we have an MOU for promoting green building in the city, that Pune city has the third largest green build footprint in the country. So you all are also contributing to a great extent, because the main objective of green building movement is to reducing the energy demand and the water efficiency to be increased by almost 20 to 30%. These objectives we are taking ahead this green building movement. Our projects like smart street LED lighting has also reduced 60% energy demand for the urban local body, and that is quite significant. The smart e-buses are doing a great job in reducing the noise pollution. Each 2% has been greatly reduced, especially on the routes on which these buses have been deployed. The success of this, the earlier first batch of 150 buses, has led us to now upgrade it to almost 650. So soon our fleet in the city of smart e-buses will be of 650 by 2022 end, and that will be greatly contributing towards sustainability. Urban local body is also on the policy front, has taken several steps and created policies to green buildings, sustainability. The first electric vehicle cell EV readiness city readiness plan is created by the city, and they are moving in a great way towards EV readiness. The vehicle registrations under electric category, we have almost reached 10% by February 22, and by year end, I think we have the municipal corporation has kept a target of 25% of EV registration by 2025. That will be achieved much earlier from the current performance that has been observed, and a lot of work is being done by our other SPVs like PMPML and PMC for the infrastructure for electric vehicles in the city. In the smart city, we have given importance to improving the mobility, which is very crucial importance. As an industry neighbors, we also must agree. And adaptive traffic management system has been launched by Pune Smart City in collaboration with PMC, and soon we intend to modernize the traffic control system to reduce the traveling time, to make the mobility smarter,
keep the citizens well informed about the transport and the scenario real-time basis. And several other initiatives which are environmental friendly are also being taken up by the local body, and of course, smart city mission is always with them. And when the urban local body, smart city mission, and the industry partners like you are, and all of us are together, I think the objectives of sustainability, environmental protection, and reducing the carbon footprints of the city, I think it will not be difficult. An era has begun, and we all have embarked on the path of moving towards smarter and sustainable cities. And today's this workshop is also, I think, focused on the newer technologies, the smart technologies for air conditioning and refrigeration sector. So ultimately, all these works are contributing towards reducing the energy demand, making the technology smarter, saving of energy, and reducing the costs. So all these things will be helpful for us in our journey towards sustainability. I wish all the very best for today's panel discussions and sessions which will be conducted for you all. I thank the organizers for honoring me by making me part of this today's event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. We are surprised that so much is happening in our city and we are not aware of it. It is indeed a blessing to hear from you. I now request Mr. Ashutosh Joshi to felicitate Dr. Sanjay first. It's now time to get us to know about our another chief guest, Mr. Anirudh Sahapure. Sir presently is the Chief Knowledge Officer of Pune Smart City. He is a NITI Aayog CIDC Vishwakarma 2022 National Award winner. An electrical and electronics engineer and MBA, Mr. Sahapure is senior member of IEEE, Chartered Engineer IEI, and Certified Industry 4.0 Professional IEEE. An excellent administrator, technologist, and implementer, he has governed and implemented multi-million-dollar projects in industrial automation and IT sectors across Europe, Asia, and African continent. He has been volunteering for Wildlife Foundation and actively participated in wildlife preservation drives in East African region for more than a decade. So now let's hear it from the very multifaceted Mr. Sahapure himself. Can we have a round of applause?
Chief Priest, so just especially one, and Professor, my all friends of working towards the pleasant environment between this particular group. So basically, what has done for Pune, across Pune, sir has picked on that. However, I just wanted to put up 2 or 3 more points on those particular ones where we can actually have the connect. So we got the inspiration, we got the motive, and now I wanted to connect. So the thing which sir mentioned about IGBC. So I was looking up after Purva Kesar ma'am, so she would be there. I don't know whether she has arrived. But we have moved a step further, and Pune Municipal Corporation is now going to take up this certification for Pune for the green building. So that one is a one major thing which is going to get contributed. What I was going through when in the past experience of my 27 years in industry and 2.5 years in administration, I have seen that lot of gap between understanding of these two entities, the industry and administration, is being observed that the connect has to be there. So there are n number of initiatives which administrators are thinking of, and there are suitable entrepreneurs, industry, which is there to actually cater for it. There should be a handshake, and that is where the appointments of our people like us who have been in the industry and taking into an administration is been going on. So when I have thought of when Subhash came to my office and then asked me that would you like to have, we want to invite for ACR Trendz 2022. So would you be happy to come? So I told him like it is better that my IS officer, CEO sir, should be there, and then you can listen to him, because there are different kinds of initiatives which our Siddharth mentioned that there are a lot of things which have been implemented in Pune Smart City and then we don't know about. So there is I will just tell you about 136 emergency call boxes are deployed across Pune City. That we can actually press that button, we can have a video call with our command control center on Srinagar Road, and your the recent case which we have registered, I can tell you that within 8 minutes we got the ambulance for the person who was being affected with that. So this is kind of things which already been implemented. One very good connect when I have seen Murad sir presenting those two vehicles, the one which you have started for fire and safety. Those two fire vehicles are sponsored by Police Force. The one which you have seen in the photo, right? So this is the one that is how the administration is also working on. The one which what I have seen on the terms of adopting the refrigeration and air conditioning in India, the penetration rate is very low, about 7 to 8% probably. So you might be knowing the more on the terms of those. However, the being in tropical, we have more cooling than the heating. So I have spent about 10 years in Europe, 5 years in Africa, in Australia. I've never been to Americas, but then it's more or less same. So like you have the heating, which is the more consuming energy consuming. So on the other hand, in India, we have to have both heating also and cooling also. So I can tell you about the one example in Pune, which is the Dinanath Mangeshwar Hospital. They have completely off from the utility energy provider. They are generating their own energy, and the cooling tower, what they have installed, is being serving for all those 6-7 buildings what the hospital has. Apart from that, it is serving for the other buildings across somewhere in the vicinity. So this kind of district cooling which can be taken up. With the Pune Smart City, we had this workshop with APUA, which is Asia Pacific Energy Utility Agency, and EESL. And then there was a workshop which was done. I had some good connect with the United Nations, UNEP, and through that, Ministry of Environment, Japan, they wanted to have this particular initiative done in India. So India is only Pune, that is what it is being targeted, because we are so adaptive, even though we are smart, so we are very smart in adaptive nature also. So we have adapted that, and then there are few engineers which are being trained on this cooling, and some of the initiatives we can actually now put it up together and then take up, and then have these district cooling systems can be implemented in Pune. Probably having split ACs all the time is better to have a centralized system. So this is now, it's a game of probably like having an air conditioning unit, a split unit, and then complete HVAC plant. So these are the things which are coming up. You are the ones who are better to take the technology on the upper ground. Demand is increasing, penetration is low. However, it is obviously that day by day, it has never thought that there will be a air conditioning unit in Pune. But however, now for at least 2 to 3 months, we crave for the units. So automatically, this is going to be the next step. Air conditioning is the one which, when we are going to have establishments, infrastructural developments which are happening. Obviously, the cooling is the one which is going to cater for more. Industry, again, it is like there are a few courses which Ishrae offers. I was very much fascinated because these can be now, have the collaborations with academic institutions. When I was studying engineering, there were only 4 or 5 streams. Now we have piping engineering, we have EV engineering, we have AI, ML. Obviously, the refrigeration and control is also one of the one which has started. So you can collaborate with the autonomous university, autonomous colleges, which are promoting all these the education streams, which are promoting all this kind of education, where industry, the collaboration, because always it happens like that, that when I have studied my electrical electronics engineering, I was knowing the contactor by only looking at the picture. However, I have never handled it. It is better that the future task force, which is going to work for us in the future, has the awareness of actual products which are going to be there. So we can have more and more development in the terms of the technology, adoption of the technology, and growth. So this is what we can take inspiration from Sir, which he told you about the boxes, and we can find out the one which you don't know and all know. So on that note, I thank you for inviting me here, and the one which the initiatives which are taken for cooling the people go very hot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. I'm sure by knowing all this about Pune, each one of us will strive to make Pune even smarter. I now request Mr. Subhash Ranade to felicitate Mr. Sahabari. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to acknowledge the presence of our dignitaries. So by this, I request Mr. Chetan Thakur to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Rohit Sardesai. May I have them on the stage, please? Mr. Rohit Sardesai is the VP of Kumar Properties. Thank you, sir. I further request Mr. Yogesh Thakur to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Mihir Sangri, Regional Director, West 1 and National President at Rata. Thank you, sir. I further request Mr. Arvind Sirange for the felicitation of our guest of honor, Mr. Yusuf Anandar, Director, Project Incubator, Defense Government of India.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, it's time now for the most awaited presentations. The session has grabbed your attention for many days, more so because they are to be delivered by our distinguished personality. So we now have a plethora of idea and product presentation lined up for today. Let me first call upon for the Ishrae Distinguished Director, Mr. Prashant Desai. Mr. Prashant Desai is the Director at PM Enterprises Private Limited, a company which specializes in design and building of pharmaceutical, healthcare, and industrial HVAC systems. He is an active member of Ishrae and Ashrae. He has also served as the national chair for Ishrae certification committee. His topic for address today is energy optimization in pharmaceuticals in drones.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. So after such interesting talks by our guest of honors, we come to the our mundane subjects of technicality. So let's get moving.
All right.
Today, what we're going to talk about is going to be energy optimization in pharmaceutical clean rooms. We will limit ourselves to pharmaceutical clean rooms for the time being for next half an hour. I suppose we are running behind time, so you would want me to speed up a bit?
No, sir. Take your time. Take your time.
Okay. Let's try. Okay. Basically, what happens in a pharmaceutical clean room is there was a study conducted in 2006 which indicates that maintaining conditions in pharmaceutical clean rooms, either for cooling and heating, because in pharmaceutical clean rooms, because you need to maintain temperature and humidity both simultaneously along with the cleanliness. You do need cooling, definitely, and naturally you also need reheating for maintaining the temperatures, having brought down your dew point to the required level. So the amount of energy that is spent normally on cooling, I mean, we are talking of only HVAC, we are not talking of other services that combine to it. Normally speaking, HVAC would take anywhere around 50 to 60% of total energy consumption in a pharmaceutical plant, but of that 50-60%, almost about 56% is consumed by cooling, 36% is consumed by reheating. Pumps and fans and other minor things actually consume just about 8%. So if we want to talk about energy optimization, we know where we need to actually attack. And the attack is going to be to reduce the cooling to the extent possible and also to reduce reheating to the extent possible. And then where do we begin? If we have to do energy optimization, we have to begin at some place. But remember, the design philosophy and equipment selection naturally. But energy optimization is not just a standalone parameter in terms of design and equipment selection. It's a complete bouquet which basically is going to talk about operating procedures. When I talk of design philosophy, of course, the installation portion also comes into the effect, and of course, the maintenance practices. You might have designed your plant to optimize the energy, but if you don't operate it accordingly, or you don't maintain it accordingly, then your energy optimization is going to go berserk. You're not going to have any kind of energy optimization if it is not operated properly, and most of the time, in the field, I have noticed that you do a lot of things in design for energy optimization, and somewhere down the line, that entire philosophy is, kind of diluted, and people operate the plant the way they feel like it, and even what you have is the energy, and that is precisely what we don't want. When we talk of design and equipment selection, this is something which I'm going to go little fast because I suppose most of you would know it. Chillers, heat pump, heat recovery chillers, fan, pump, motors, heat recovery equipment, and filters. Of the lot, filters is something which is the most neglected part, particularly in terms of operation and maintenance. The amount of energy that and the amount of energy that you could save by maintaining the filters correctly and replacing the filters correctly can be quite significant, and normally that's something that gets messed up. Okay, now I'll continue. I just know. Okay, so what do we do? Really speaking, okay, this is something which is everybody knows, so I'm not going to really spend time. We want higher COP, we want, kind of, we talk of IKW per ton, we want that to be lowest, integrated part load value, etc., etc. Normally speaking, you would get your equipment selection starting from anywhere between around 0.4, 0.45 to almost about 1.2 kilowatt per ton. There are chillers available which can go down as low as 0.32. There are centrifugal chillers which can go, but then normally they are of very large capacities. But selecting the right kind of a chiller is your first thing, because remember 56% of your HVAC energy is being spent only on cooling. So whatever you would say impacts significantly on our energy costs. So this is something, what COP's ARI 550 recommends test standards for test standards. This is just a table which I will speak for a time. Then there are heat pumps. There are times when I have noticed that in many of the pharmaceutical companies, we use steam or electricity to produce hot water for reheating purposes. If you utilize heat pumps for the same duty, for producing the hot water, you actually save a lot of energy. Because basically what you are going to talk about is, probably 1/3 of the cost of electrical energy that you would save. But at the simultaneously, you could also utilize whatever chilled water in heat pump is a byproduct. And that's something which you would always utilize for cooling something. I mean, one of the classic things that you could actually do is you have a heat pump and whatever, in a heat pump, there is no control on chilled water outlet. Okay, it's controlled by the hot water requirement, and chilled water is a byproduct, so there is no control over the chilled water. But you could just have a TFA created. So whatever cooling you get, you achieve it so that your fresher loads are reduced. This is something which could be very effectively implemented, but many a time missed out. So that's something which one would do. Now, no doubt that because of the varying temperature, not having a control on chilled water, your living air temperature is going to vary. But you always, when you do the analysis, you know what would be the minimum capacity at which your heat pump would run and what temperatures you would get, and you could design your plant accordingly, which basically means that you have almost got that whole cooling space cost. Right. Fans. That's another selection which we really want to have. Okay, backward fan, I'm not really going to talk about. But many a time I really see people talking about outlet velocity of the fan and the RPM. Is that the way to select your fan? In my opinion, not really necessarily that way. Actually, if you can press that this thing, hello. That is why I wanted my laptop. Get me that fan selection. I'm just giving you for the same this thing what would be. Just keep it. Oh. Okay, forget it. If you're not able to get it done, let's leave it. Okay, I'll explain it verbally. All right. When you actually select a fan, you will get various models. You don't go through any of it. Normally speaking, you will get one model which is the most efficient at that particular RPM and that particular velocity. If you increase the velocity or lower the velocity, your efficiency of the fan is going to go down. You increase the speed or reduce the fan, reduce the speed, again, your different selection when you do, again you are going to start consuming more energy. So there is one that unique model which you get in the selection, which is energy efficient. But most of the time, I have noticed that if you really see this, there are various models which are particularly for 10,000 CFM. I have just done a random selection. If you really look at it, 630 dia fan probably gives you the most efficient this thing. You really look at it, you will see your efficiency is at 63%. So naturally between 710 and 630 dia both fans being same. But you remember the RPMs there would be different. If you increase the RPM, your velocities your efficiencies are going to go down. You lower the RPM, again your efficiencies are going down. So really speaking, when you select a fan for energy optimization in pharma, and remember in pharma most of your AEs are working at 6 in static pressure. They are not working at low static pressure, and
the energy that is consumed probably is almost about 4 times more than what an A2 consumes for the fan, similar capacity A2 for comfort application. So the kind of energy that is consumed by fans again can be fairly large. So you have to know. Right. Now plug fan or belt driven fan or direct driven fan, but DIW fan. Now remember one thing, when you use a plug fan, everybody says it's efficient because there is no belt losses, no drive losses. True, you eliminate drive losses, but there is a point where these fans were originally designed for radial discharges. And when you use the same fan for axial discharge, the kind of pressure drop it imposes again is quite large, and the kind of losses you would have, can you get this clip? You know, the premium losses are something which I have taken directly from Amazon. Yeah. The kind of losses that you have, it can be from 1.1 into duct velocity pressure and going all the way up to 2.4 times that velocity. So there is a lot of study that needs to be done before we say that it has to be plug fan and plug fan does the best. I have done a couple of studies myself where we found that plug fan is not necessarily the most efficient fan that I use as a system. If you just look at the fan by itself, they are, efficiencies are probably comparable. But when you look at it as a system, what's my AHU internal pressure drop? That's something which we forget. When we have a plug fan, the AHU internal pressure drop tends to go up because of these calculations, and that probably many a times can offset your saving that you would get by drive losses. Okay, there are other advantages of it, of plug fan, but not necessarily the energy efficiency is the most important right there. Right, let's go ahead. Okay, so motors again, all equipment is driven by motors. So you have I1, I2, I3, today even I4 motors are available. So basically you could choose the most efficient motor there. In addition to I3 motor, again using the BFD, again that's something which I would not really go into detail. Simple thing that you are able to reduce the speed by 10%, you save your energy by almost about 27%. If you go to about 80%, you almost are at half the power. So don't run your fan. Why I am putting this point is there are certain strategies I am going to discuss as we move ahead. So we must remember that fan power will be saved out there. Okay. Now the most important thing that we do is the processes has varying load. So instead of using dampers or valves to throttle the flow, you can use BFD instead of damping the. There are a lot of us who go while doing the air balancing, we keep throttling the dampers. But instead of throttling the dampers, if we use proper tap procedure, that's another I think subject by itself. But using the fan, variabilities are going to save us a lot of energy in terms of fan motor as well as pump motor. Right. The next thing that we need to do in pharma is optimize the fresh air. Now, pharmaceutical having clean rooms require a pressurization strategy. So a cleaner room is going to continuously lead the air to the comparatively unclean area, and whatever are the leakages from a system needs to be made up by fresh air naturally. And therefore, while doing the design, it is imperative that we must lower the expectations from any system to the extent possible. Now let's remember one thing, that expectation cannot be brought to zero, because an airtight room, that is with zero leakage room, you will never be able to maintain pressure differential across two varying areas. Now that's something which is a necessary evil, but amount that we can minimize. And how do we minimize that? Two ways. One is you have the optimum differential pressure across the area. Now, if actually anybody goes to the actual clean room design guide, it will say the optimum pressure between two areas is 10 pascals. Now, between 10 pascals and 15 pascals, if you see, my pressure load goes from 0.7 to 1 ton. That leakage, right? And that's basically taken for 3 mm angular gap. Roughly, you would have probably around 200 cm of leakage coming out there. But remember one thing, that just by increasing 5 pascal, and 5 pascal is how much? 5 pascal is 0.5 mm. It's minuscule. But what does it do to my pressure? It increases my pressure load by almost 50%. And therefore, one thing is to select the correct pressure, and actual design guide talks about 10 out there. The second is try and minimize your angular gap. Have a door which is which has got drop down seals, which has got minimum opening. Like I said, those cracks are necessary to maintain the differential pressure, but have them as low as possible. Now, if you really look at it, a 3 mm gap to 5 mm gap, again, you are probably increasing your energy consumption in terms of pressure by almost about 50 to 70%. So again, having those kind of doors is important. Another strategy that we could use is use dedicated outdoor air system. Now, that's something which everyone knows about. It's basically, it cools your pressure by a DH unit, but it cools you to the pre-cooled condition, and after that you pass it over the desiccant V, where it's a adiabatic cooling, where the air leaving the outdoor dedicated outdoor system is near about the room condition that is desired. Now, when we do that, whatever heating is required for doing reactivation comes from the condenser heat. So you don't actually cool conventionally the way you would cool. Just click it. Right. So normally what would have happened is that you would have cooled conventionally to this point, so that my viewpoint of the room would be maintained. But when you use the outdoor air system, you are basically going to cool only to this point. So amount of cooling that it is going to do extra, that's something which could be saved. And remember, in pharmaceutical applications, the clean room applications, your pressure loads, pressures are quite high, pressure loads are quite high. And yes, another thing is, of course, having the heat recovery system. Remember, if you are going in pharmaceutical state, WHO categorically says that you can't use rotating units. So the only choice that you are left with is heat pipe. So in any of these systems, there is a pressure which has to be taken, minimum amount of pressure which has to be taken for whatever freshness that you need to keep along with your oxygen levels. But at the same time, because of the lower pressure room is going to have an infiltration from the other rooms. In other words, that particular room is going to have more return than the supplier. So that difference needs to be bled up. So when you read that difference out, you could recover that energy using these small, when they are very small heat pipes, but you will still use them cumulatively. You will be able to save a lot of energy there. The way we normally conventionally maintain our humidities. You have warm air which comes, gets cold. We bring it down to the viewpoint that we need to bring it to so that the humidities can be maintained, and then we reheat. Is that the only way we can do it? Answer is no. The simpler thing to do is to have a wraparound coil, or you can call it a runaround coil. I mean, there are four terminologies which are used. In which first you have a upstream coil which takes away some heat, and then the warm water goes on the other side of the cooling coil. And what happens really, if you see, is these are approximate values which have been put. If let's say your room is coming down at 76 degrees Fahrenheit, and you have a runaround coil, the runaround coil will first bring it down to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Then you have a cooling coil which will bring it down to the dew point, which is 53. And then you do the same. This thing is doing the reheating, bringing it back to 61 degrees centigrade. Now you imagine the saving that you get by doing this small addition is, instead of cooling the air from 76 degrees Fahrenheit and whatever humidity that we are talking about down to 53, and bringing the air down from 68 to 53. How much of the saving that you got? It's quite substantially, and you don't really need sophisticated wraparound coils for doing this. All that you simply need is two coils on two sides with water circulating in it. And that is something which is good enough to recover energy. That's something which we have done, not really in pharmaceutical industry, but in some other industry right in the city of Pune. And a lot of heat has been recovered using this. The flip side, there is a flip side to it. Putting in the wraparound coil actually increases the fan power because it increases the static. So while you save some amount of energy in doing it, a part of that you will have to offset against the additional fan power that it's going to have, because let's say you have to 4 or 5, let's say 8 or 5. So you would probably have somewhere around 15 mm additional pressure drop coming in. Whatever power that you spend for that additional 15 mm static, more than offset by the cooling effort that you save. So that's one of the strategies that you could have. Use condenser water for reheat. This is a concept which I have found most people have opposition to or objection to. Unfortunate but true. But like let me put it this way: this is something which has been successfully implemented by our own Ishrae member from Pune, Mr. R. In one of the projects, condenser water was used for reheating. Now, how does it save energy? One, there is no heating required anymore. So that whatever effort that we want to have, whatever energy we want to spend on reheating, we don't need it anymore. Right? The second benefit, in using condenser water, my condenser water has got cooled anyway because of reheating, right? So when the water goes to the cooling tower that needs to do that much lesser cooling. If cooling tower has to do that much lesser cooling, what does it mean? It's going to have lesser evaporation. What is the cost? For this thing we have to save water as well. So you not only save energy, but you also save some amount of water, which is basically your makeup water requirement will keep going down. It's a little complicated circuit to do it, and it's reasonably difficult to actually balance such a system in terms of water balancing. But the savings that you get here are enormous. Really speaking, it's my personal opinion that rather than using heat pump, this is an system which is more beneficial. Again, one of the flip side is normally the reheat coils which are about 2 rodi in most cases will need to be here at least 4 rodi, if not more. Now, if I am going to use the depth, naturally my static on the fan goes up, so some amount of again offset has to be done in terms of additional fan energy. Using bypass, again that is something which most people don't do. All right. Have a variable bypass. What happens really is in most cases, the equipment doesn't run all the time. Right? So my humidified requirement in a pharmaceutical one is actually a varying point. It depends on how much load is there on the machine. It depends on how many machines are running simultaneously. We HVAC engineers are used to taking the worst possible scenario and rightly so to design our HVAC system. So for most of the time, my system is over designed. Okay, and any over designed system is also going to consume more energy. Using a variable bypass system will actually help in saving the energy. Another strategy, again, this is something which at least I have implemented in one or two projects, is have a secondary cooling system. What happens in these kind of systems, you basically do two heat loads. One assuming that there are no equipment, and one assuming there is equipment. Right? Your primary coils, that is reheat as well as cooling coil, are entirely based on the calculations that are required as if there is no equipment load present. Equipment load, we must remember, is purely sensible load. Right? So you have a temperature sensor, your temperature sensor in the equipment. So as the equipment starts, the temperature starts to get going up, and then the secondary cooling coil will come into place. Normally, this is a sensible cooling because the air coming out from this cooling coil and then the reheating coil is at reasonably low humidity levels, and therefore the secondary cooling coil only does the sensible cooling to the extent that is needed. Now, normally what we would have done is this entire amount of air we would have cooled, and when the equipment was not working, the reheating would have taken care of that additional, that lack of equipment heat that was available in the room. But if you do this, it is beneficial. Now, the another thing that we have many times in pharmaceutical clean rooms is the same room, the same unit actually feeds to more than one room. Right? One room having equipment and its personal airlock or material airlock not having any load. And then what tends to happen is your temperatures in the airlocks tends to go down. So we actually heat it again. Right? In this particular case, that reheat also gets out altogether. And if you really do this, there is tremendous amount of saving that you will tend to get. So using the secondary cooling coils is another strategy that we could utilize. Use of variable air volume system, again unheard of in actually clean room system, environments. But in the pharmaceutical clean rooms, what really happens is in manufacturing areas, you necessarily have the, there are two ways to work out the air quantity. What is your minimum mass shift and what is required by your heat load estimates by humidified air quantity. And in most cases, particularly in the manufacturing area, your humidified air quantity is very higher than the air quantity that is required by minimum usage. Right? Now what happens? We are all the time running our unit at higher of the two. Instead, when the equipment is not working, which is a signal which can always be provided to my control system by either some sort of a dry contact which is coming out of the manufacturing machine, or for that matter, lowering of the temperature. That would be another way of looking at it. To have a reset of supplier set point. I have anywhere VFD on my drive. which is basically controlling my air quantity. So I have a dual set point. One set point when my equipment is off, where it brings it down to minimum air changes. The second is when the equipment is running, it will bring it back to what is my dehumidified air quantity. And remember, in pharmaceutical environment, the machines run for a very little time. It's not that, I'm talking of formulation plants primarily, not really API plants in this particular regard. But when you are talking of formulation plant, that machine will probably run for 2 or 3 hours, and rest of the 5 hours there are other activities of cleaning, loading, unloading, etc. going on. So most of the time in that equipment with full load, and when the factory is not working for next 2 shifts or 1 shift, what happens? Same thing, my equipment is not running, but my air, air equipment, the manufacturing equipment is not running, but I have my air handling unit running at full capacity all the time. This is again, not only we are trying to save the fan power, we are actually saving also the cooling and heating power that is needed. Because moment I reduce the air quantity, it requires lesser amount of cooling, it requires lesser amount of reheating. So that's another strategy which can be done. But here I must warn you. It basically means that the validation efforts that we are going to have is going to get duplicated. You will need to validate the plants for both the conditions. Or one which is at lower set point for air quantity, and one for the higher set point. So the validation effort doubles, but probably it's worth in terms of power saving. In installation phase, something which I feel should not really be talked about only for clean room, but also for entire HVAC system, including the commercial or comfort application. That and equipment leakages waste a lot of energy. Imagine your return duct having enough leakages, or your equipment having enough leakages, and then it's going to draw in more pressure. More pressure means more energy that we are going to use. Actually, this is something people which I have taken from Ishrae fundamentals. If I have a Pittsburgh lock, unsealed Pittsburgh lock, okay, that's American purchase as we call it in layman's language. Okay, it basically has 0.025 average, 0.025 liters per second of leakage per meter of longitudinal joint. Now your duct, which comes in L shape, actually has two sides of it. Now this 0.025 will basically mean per length, per piece of 1.2 meter length, almost about 1.5 to 2 cfm of leakages that are happening. So if you don't see the ducts properly, you are, yes, Ram?
Why there should be so much difference between 36?
Answer I honestly speaking don't have, but that's if you go to Ishrae fundamentals, you will probably see this. It probably has to do with the sheet thickness. Okay, when you hammer the sheet over your Pittsburgh lock, there are little more undulations on a thinner sheet than on a thicker sheet, and that probably, I'm only guessing here. All right, so you have that now. So proper leak testing is something which is a must, and you don't leak test, then you have again in terms of leak test, everybody takes easier way out. If you go through SMACNA, normally SMACNA says for up to 2 inch, you are okay with 12, leak class 12, which basically means that 12 cfm per 100 square feet of ducting when the duct is pressurized to 1 inch static. But if we want to save fresh air or we want to save energy, bring it down to 6. Okay, it's not very difficult. It is, if once you get the trick of it, it's quite easy to do that. In operation, how can we save energy? There is a way to reset your temperatures. Remember one thing, that when the equipment is not running, when the manufacturing is not on, there is no need to maintain the temperature at that point in time. So if I am maintaining a clean room at 23 degrees centigrade and at let's say 50% RH or 55% RH, when it is not operating, I could always reset that temperature to 28, 27. Take your call. I mean, but each degree centigrade that you keep upgrading, you will get roughly about 1.5 to 2% of saving on your chiller loads. So that's again a large amount of saving. Also, you could do the reset of reset of air quantity during the unoccupied time. Actually, Ishrae allows you to bring it down to 25%, provided the regimen of differential pressure is not disturbed. So when we are talking about clean to unclean pressure differential of 10 Pascal, even when you bring your air quantity down, that 10 Pascal must remain 10 Pascal or above, not really coming down to say 7 or 8 Pascal. So that one regimen is there. Okay, filters. Filters again is something which we don't clean. Normally speaking, it's not a good practice to wash the filter or clean the filters. Or when they clean the filters, you clean the filters with compressed air and reverse now. But why do you allow it to go to its final pressure drop before you clean the filter? More at a higher pressure drop, more is the energy that you are going to keep spending. So one of the things that you really need to do is clean the filter more often than rather than allowing it to go to the final pressure drop, which is allowed by the filter manufacturer. But more importantly, when do we replace filters? Now, a dirtier filter, whatever cleaning that you do, the filter doesn't come back to its initial pressure drop. Filter will still retain some amount of dirt. Filter's pressure drop, even after first cleaning, is going to be higher, and at every cleaning, its pressure drop is going to go on increasing in clean stage. Right? So at some time, there has to be replacement of filters, and EN 13779, it very categorically says that your first stage filter, which is G3 or G4 or G5, whatever you use, that needs to be replaced after every 2000 hours of operation or 1 year, whichever is minimum. Now, when I talk of 2000 hours, how many months does it become? It's just about 3 months, slightly more than 3 months, right? In other words, assuming that you have replacement filters, every 6 months you must change these filters if you really want to comply with your specifications. Similarly, the second stage filters should be replaced every 4000 hours or 1 year, whichever is minimum. Now again, 4000 hours is little more than 6 months. Assuming that even for those fine filters you have replacement filters, it's just about 1 year. So in other words, your G series filter must be replaced every 6 months, and your F series filters, which should be replaced every 1 year minimum, if you really want to run your plant efficiently enough in terms of power. So when we actually look at holistically, the energy optimization is just not a function of efficient design. It's a function of efficient installation, proper installation. It is the function of proper operation as well as proper maintenance. Efficiently, like I said in the beginning, efficiently designed clean room equipment can be extremely inefficient if it is not operated properly or maintained properly. So it's a lifelong effort involving systems, process, and procedures if you really want to have energy optimization in the clean room. There is a lot more that I could have said, but in the given time, that's all I can do. And with that, I'm open to questions, if any, and otherwise I'll say thank you.
Thank you sir for your in-depth presentation. I request Mr. Deepak Vani to felicitate Mr. Prashant Desai.
If there are any questions, I am available. You can ask me directly.
So any participant if you would like to ask any questions? Thank you, sir. I further request Mr. Vimal Chawla from Testo India Private Limited for his presentation.
To production and logistics of pharmaceuticals, up to the production of CO2 emissions. Measurement strengths and solutions from Testo provide security. Because only precise monitoring and measurements give you the certainty of complying with new regulations and guidelines. This is how we at Testo contribute to increasing the quality of products and services, protecting human health and the environment, and conserving resources. To this end, over 3,000 employees worldwide develop high-precision measuring instruments and innovative solutions for digital data management for over 1 million customers. We combine the size, success, and stability of an owner-managed, medium-sized company with agility to take an active role in shaping the digital transformation and the Internet of Things. For more than 60 years, we have stood for high-tech on the Black Forest. We are German-München and are among the country's top 100 innovators. We are market leader with over 300 million euros annual revenue, and we are growing dynamically. We invest 10% of our revenue in research and ultra-modern high-tech sensors, for example, or smart cloud-based software, which collects billions of quality data and processes them as a basis for decision-making. High-tech innovation is important to us. Even more important are the people who work on behalf of us. With 100% passion, we call it the Testo spirit. They benefit from having creative space to make decisions and develop new ideas. Efficient processes ensure fast and successful implementation. Testo spirit also means a high level of appreciation, loyalty, and readiness to help, and a warm, almost family-like atmosphere. We place great value on the development of our employees, on professional and personal level. That's why we invest heavily in national and international development programs, including the collaboration of more than 30 local subsidiaries. So, if you would also like to contribute to ensuring the quality of foods and pharmaceuticals, protecting human health and the environment, or conserving resources, let's do it together. Because these are objectives that motivate us all. Join us so we can grow together.
Moving further, I now request Ms. Viju Bukati, Director, Field of Automation and Controls, for her presentation. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening once again. Ishrae automation and controls is a part of the Puja group in South Gujarat. We have manufacturers of control panels. We have calibration services, in-house calibration lab. We are the Doyle top distributors of Doyle. Doyle is into manufacturing since 1941. They have about 650 patents and 4,000 plus products. These are the various categories of products. There's pressure, temperature, flow, air velocity, level, and walls. All these products are with gauges, switches, and transmitters, which are popularly used in the HVAC. All these products are with 5 years warranty. This is a very popular product of Doyle, which is like what photocopying is to Xerox. We all say Xerox photocopy. That's how this low pressure gauge is called as a magnetic gauge. There are various versions of it, which is very popularly used in the clean rooms, as Mr. Desai elaborated in the differential pressure of the area. Various sensors in the air handler. So the entire range of HVAC products, the air handling unit, right from temperature, pressure to flow switches. Entire range of products. This is a chiller plant, and especially like to highlight the insertion electromagnetic flow transmitter. This is a very unique product. It has won a number of awards. This is used in the chillers. This is the terminal unit. So in the terminal unit, again there are various products, sensors, temperature, differential pressure, humidity, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, all these products, entire range, and yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request Mr. Vishal Pawar to felicitate ma'am. Thank you. I would like to call upon Mr. K. Ramchandran. Sir has more than 40 years of experience in design, execution, sales, and service of air conditioning and refrigeration projects in India and the Middle East. For the last 20 years, he is associated as a director and associate consultant with SKM Consultants Private Limited, Mumbai. He is an active member of Ishrae since 1984 and has served the society as national president of Ishrae. He is currently a member of Ishrae Technical Committee. Today, the topic we will be speaking on is commissioning of HVAC systems with reference to Ishrae standard 10003-2020. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. respected delegates, and my dear Ishrae colleagues. This is our topic for today, commissioning of HVAC systems for buildings with reference to standard. I have highlighted buildings. I will come to that later, why I am highlighting. Now, first of all, I need to thank the Pune team for giving me this opportunity. And this is not a usual routine kind of task, because this is a subject which is very close to my heart. The first speaker, Mr. Krishna Prakash, spoke about passion. So I have now built up a passion for commissioning. Unfortunately, I could build up this passion only during the last 3 years and not during the earlier 29 years. Now, I have worked for 42 years in air conditioning industry. Roughly half of that with fairly reputed contracting companies, and other half with a fairly reputed consultancy organization. Now, it is with a lot of regret I am telling you that in these 42 years, I have not seen a air conditioning plant be properly commissioned in not more than 10% of the cases. I am repeating, I have not seen a central air conditioning plant properly commissioned in more than 10% of the cases. And I am not speaking with reference to standard, I am talking of commissioning as we have always understood. Basically, a very good starter, taking readings, testing and balancing, seasonal tests, full occupancy tests. I have not really seen that happening in more than 10% of the cases. Now, there are very glamorous terms like for energy efficiency. Like we talk about radiant cooling, we talk about high smoking chillers, we talk about variable primary pumping, we talk about IoT for operation and maintenance. All these are very extremely glamorous terms, you know. But I personally feel I have got a conviction that if you do proper commissioning of your civil air conditioning plant, the energy you save will probably be more than what you could do with all these parameters. If you are able to commission the civil air conditioning plant properly and run it properly with an ongoing commissioning setup, you will be able to save much more energy than what you could by doing all these technologies. That is why I thank Pune chapter for giving me this opportunity to perform my ideas in front of this audience. Now, why are we talking about commissioning of HVAC systems? What is so special about HVAC? When we are having several building systems, say electrical systems, say diesel generators, we are not made any standard for any of those things. Why are we talking about a commissioning standard and a commissioning regimen for air conditioning and refrigeration? Why is commissioning of HVAC systems for a building more important? Why is it more special? Like any other system, the air conditioning system is also prone to problems in design, problems in material, equipment selection, ordering, construction. All this probably come out when we are actually commissioning the system. This is same as any other system. In all other systems also, if there is a goof up in the design or selection or installation, that will be obvious when you commission the plant. But in the case of air conditioning system, in addition to these faults, there are things which are influencing the proper working of the air conditioning system, like ambient weather conditions, seasonal fluctuations, even time of day changes, occupancy variations, internal load variations. All these can affect the proper working of the system. Okay, when you are commissioning the system in the month of January, maybe it is working perfectly well, but when you come to the month of March, April, May, it may be a different story. So, in air conditioning system, if you start well and get the conditions, it doesn't guarantee you, it doesn't give you the confidence that it is going to work like that, go away, that is why the commissioning of the accreditation system is all the more important than any other system that is related to it. We are talking about interrelated system performance. The working of an air conditioning system can be influenced by underwater circulation, by water circulation, by airflow, and a whole lot of things can affect your HVAC system working. All these are very important, have to be properly set for the system to work as it should. Now, again, we generally design the system for either normally for 1% incident, if you are very particular, it will be 0.2% incident. If you are a little lax, it can be 2% incident. But after all, you are designing the system for a limited amount of time in a year. If you are designing the system for 1% incident, it means for 88 hours in a whole year, the peak load conditions are available. And all other time periods during the year, the peak load is simply not there. And effectively, 99% of the time, whatever proof of you have made, whatever proof of the designer, installer has made, gets covered. It is very easy to design and hand over air conditioning system, even if there are having proof of the design and construction periods. I mentioned this, just switch on and handing over the system does not mean that you keep on delaying the conditions. One has to go through a structured process. Then you will go through a structured process to ensure that each component of the system, as well as the system as a whole, performs as intended. Now, we have brought out the commissioning standard. The standard is the process of ensuring that all systems components are designed, installed, tested, operated, maintained according to the operational requirements of the developer, owner, and user. Most important, what we are doing is basically to benefit the end user of the building, end user of the facility. So whatever we are doing, the whole process should be aimed at satisfying this requirement. And the key work. Again, we are coming to the same thing. Commissioning process is a capable method of verifying the facility and all the systems meets the owner's project requirements. OPR. We will come back to this again and again. OPR is the key word. Now, the commissioning of the electricity system is just not an activity. We have always understood that the commissioning is something that is to be done when the whole plant is set up, installed, and just started, take the measurements. That is not how it should be. The standard is going into detail as for a completely fundamental process, right from inception, right from understanding the owner's process, product, owner's project requirements, if required, correct the owner's project requirements, and right after commissioning, and even afterwards, perhaps for the whole life of that facility. That is what the standard talks about commissioning. Now, there is no structured process, there is no documented procedure available with us. Before this standard, there was in India, and at least in India, there has been no structured documented procedure available with us for commissioning of any HVAC system. This particular standard covers up that issues. And again, we generally get the project completed without resolving the critical issues. The contractor, consultant, everybody involved in the project is very happy if the plan can be handed over to the board at the end of the project. Whatever are the critical issues that has come up, whatever are the deficiencies which has come up, there is no effort made to highlight that to the owner, get his consent that with these deficiencies accept the plan. That kind of an approach is simply not there. Now, I don't know, many of you may agree with me, some of you may disagree with me. When I am talking about, say, I talked about 10% being done handed over satisfactorily in the real sense of the term. Even in those 10%, why it was done is because somebody on the user side, somebody who used the plan was knowledgeable and insisted that you do this, and this before I accept the plan. That is why, under force, under threat of a gun, probably it has been done to some extent properly and handed over. I am having many consultant friends sitting here, I am having many contracting friends sitting here. I do not want to really antagonize anybody, but if I get a percentage of 20%, I will be happy. If there is anybody who says, no, it is not 10%, it is, I have done it in 20% cases, I will say that you have done a good job. Okay. Now, that is where we start from. What is to be done to do a proper commissioning and implement it to it properly. Now, there are these building rating systems. I have been involved in several green buildings, both platinum rated, gold rated, under USGBC, under IGBC. With hand on my heart, I can say that even in those cases, there are third-party commissioning agents appointed, but the whole thing is revolving around documentation. The real effort to hand over a plan sincerely, commission and test and balancing and hand over has not been there. That is the tragedy. What commissioning is not? It is not a replacement for any existing quality procedure. All the existing quality procedures have to remain. This is not a replacement for that. This is something in addition to that. And again, this is not an additional phase in the project. We are having, say, really a design phase, procurement phase, construction phase. Commissioning is not an additional phase. Commissioning runs parallel to all these phases throughout also the project. And it is not an isolated testing event for a single equipment. It is not an adjusting balancing. It is a total process focusing on the entire system operation so that all the subsystems work together. That is the key of the commission. Now, I would make one important point here. I am talking about buildings. When I am talking about buildings, I am focusing on commercial buildings, maybe IT parks, maybe hospitals, maybe hotels. I am not talking about a farm. I am not talking about a plane. I am not talking about a data center. Because and I am also not talking about say industrial applications or process cooling. In those setups, the client or the user is well aware what is required. And he will insist that this should be done before I take over the plan. Unfortunately, in the building segment, in the commercial building segment, even in the hotels and hospitals and all that, there is nobody who is insisting like that. That is why the consumer is coming. And again, let me give my own experience. If a hotel chief engineer is taking over the plan, is running the project, most probably you will get a properly commissioned project. But if the project management authority is running the hotel project, your chance of getting a good project is properly commissioned project is much less. So the chief engineer knows what is required, what he will be doing day in, day out, what he will be struggling with. So he will insist on a properly commissioned plan. But if it is done by a project management authority, then basically the aim is to commission the plan, hand it over, and work it into a different. So I am again modifying that this particular standard is primarily applicable to commercial buildings, any type of buildings, commercial buildings, hospitals, hotels, but having said that, I will say that the same standard which is in front of you, which is available to you, can be used for commissioning of any and all applications. Be it a clean room, be it a pharma plant, be it an industrial application, be it a cold storage. The process essentially is the same. The process can still be used for all those applications. But say for example, when you are commissioning a data center, there may be data center focused on reliability. So there may be certain additional steps. A pharma plant depends on say pressure differentials, very critical pressure differentials. There may be additional steps. A clean room may be focused on filtration. There may be additional steps. But the basic process that is laid out in the standard applies to any and all applications, be it a refrigeration plant or an air conditioning plant. There are three stages of commissioning. One is the initial commissioning, seasonal and functional commissioning becomes part of this. Second is the ongoing commissioning, and third is the retro commissioning. We will briefly see what each of these means. Seasonal commissioning means that is the commissioning as we have understood originally, it ensures that the building, the air conditioning HVAC plant meets the owner's process requirements and owner achieves a successful project. Seasonal commissioning is fine-tuning the system. Originally, we were commissioning with and probably the ambient conditions are not there, are not peak. Similarly, internal loads may be there, may not be there. Seasonal commissioning takes care of all these lacuna and ensures that the plant is commissioned and its peak performance is needed. Ongoing commissioning is a continuous monitoring of the system throughout its lifetime. And retro commissioning means commissioning of a system for a building which has not been commissioned properly, which is in use, existing in use, and you now attempt the commissioning. That is retro commissioning. This is the cycle. From the design weekend, you come to the ultimate standing building, and then you come back inspection, and finally you come back to the design weekend and see that whatever has been specified originally has been finally maxed. Now, there are certain challenges. One is that component efficiencies generally are based on test performance, which are not available in reality. Secondly, the contractors, with or without the awareness of the owner, may enter into certain cost cutting. Maybe with the awareness of the owner also, there may be cost cutting, discussed with the owner, agreed upon, but it initiates the original OPR requirements. And the compromising equipment performance. And the operational team many times don't have a clear idea of the drift in the performance due to lack of measurement and training and diagnosis. Then last but not least is the lack of coordination with various agencies. I will cite an example. I have seen in front of me a system working, a primary variable pumping system, which is working on constant speed for the last maybe 12 or 14 years. Constant speed pumping is working because the chiller vendor, the pump supplier, who installed a whole thing as a contractor, they don't see eye to eye with each other. So unfortunately, both time is suffering and the system is running at full speed. The pumps are running at full speed. Now, what are the key drivers? Of course, energy efficiency, system works with full design capacity, reliability of the product and system, sustainability, reduced operating and maintenance costs, and occupant health by way of improved IAQ. Now, who is beneficiary? I cannot go through this slide. Practically everybody, including the society, will be beneficiary if this commissioning process is implemented properly. Everybody, right from the owner, right from the whole country, we are spending quite a lot of money in various ways for energy efficiency. If you just do this one aspect properly, it will give you enormous benefits. And this, my gentlemen, can be done with very little extra. This is the commissioning standard which Ishrae has brought out. It is available for sale on the Ishrae website. You can give people who are interested and definitely get it. And it's a very useful document as you go forward. If we are sincerely interested in taking commissioning now. The standard defines the process of commissioning, lists the parameters to be measured, test methods, measuring and reporting, all types of electrically driven HVAC systems. When we started formulating the standard, for some reason or other, we decided to keep absorption out of this. When we concluded it, I really could not understand why we kept absorption machine out of this, because absorption machines also, the process is essentially the same. Probably when we revise the standard, the absorption machine also in there. But right now, absorption machines are not covered. This is the flow chart. The flow chart of commissioning. We start with the process initiation. We will have individual slides for all of this, but let me quickly go through this. First is the process initiation. Second is defining the owner's project requirement. Third is developing a commissioning plan. Establish the basis of design. Develop the commissioning specification. Design review. Review the construction submittals. Observation and testing. Now, this is which we have been practicing as commissioning all along. Observation and testing. And systems level, conduct training, final commissioning report, and post-commissioning operation. 1 to 30 are detailed in the standard. Now, initiating the commissioning process, very, very important, because unless somebody takes up to head into his head to commission a plan properly following the standard, it can never be done. And mind you, this is what it cost associated with this. A commissioning properly done for a utility system from start to finish, following the standard, can cost as much as 1.5% of the HVAC system cost. 1.5% of the HVAC system cost will probably be spent. Now, it is not the person who is spending the money, the owner, to decide whether it is worth it or not. Okay, now, an HVAC designer generally hopes to get 2.5% of the project cost for the entire consultancy that is being offered. Whether 2.5% is given or not is a different story. I will not get into it. But the HVAC designer hopes to get 2.5% for his entire endeavor from start to finish. Now, I am saying the commissioning, just the commissioning will is 1.5% total project cost. Now, if you are taking up again, let me come to one more aspect. The standard is for HVAC systems, but in principle, it can be implemented for any building system. Because they are going through some process. That process can as well go for a plumbing system, can as well go for an electrical system. So really speaking, if you have a standard in front of you, you can implement it for all building systems. If you implement it for all building systems, probably this cost will come down to about 1% of the total building cost. Now, is somebody willing to spend that kind of money? That is the question. And that is when I am spending this time. Because I know that it is absolutely pointless to talk about this to HVAC consultants or to HVAC contractors. Because consultant, he gets whatever he can, negotiate with client, he gets that. He definitely is not going to spend 1.5% of the total project cost on a aspect of this for commissioning. Similarly, the contractor also, he is not going to spend that money unless he is forced to do that by his project owner. So the project owner has to be clear that I have to spend this money to reap the benefit that is the very first step of initiating the process. And probably this will require a total cultural change in the minds of the building owners. It requires a cultural change in the mind of the building owners that when we spend this money, it is worth it. I will reap the benefit year after year on my plant working. Energy costs, land life, all those comfort conditions, a whole host of benefits. But I should be willing to spend that money up. That is where the most and also and should set up a budget for that. And we should build the activities in all the contracts. Maybe the equipment supplier in each and every contract, the commissioning aspect should come. Now, I am not going into these slides. I am leaving this presentation is available to the organizers here. You can and so send me copy to any of you who is interested by me. This is basically when we are talking about the pre-design phase. These are the components of the pre-design phase. Those who are interested can go deep into this and study. I am not going to, I don't have the time to go through this here. Now we come to owner's project requirements. These are the functional requirements of the project and expectations of the owner as regards the project use and operation. Now, a developer who is putting up a big commercial complex, he generally may be quite unaware of what is expected, what he should provide. So that is where the commissioning authority or commissioning agency inputs come in very valuable. He should be able to guide the owner and that this is what he should do for, and this is what can be avoided. And mind you, by doing this properly, the commissioning authority will be able to save a lot of money for the owner by avoiding unnecessary paraphernalia, unnecessary trends from the project. You set up the temperature. I have put here 25 plus minus 1 degree centigrade. Whether this temperature range, if you were talking 15 years earlier, people would have laughed at me when I am talking about 25 plus minus 1. But now people do accept this. And all these parameters should be quantifiable, should be, and similarly RH. In a comfort air conditioning job, do you really need an RH control, or you can do the RH control based on the cooling coil only? Because if you really want to control humidity, it means a lot of operating costs by way of heat. Do you really want to spend that, or can you avoid that? These are the basic questions which should be asked by the commission agent or commissioning authority to the owner, so that the owner is very clear in his mind what he ultimately wants from the project. So set up the owner's project requirement in a quantifiable format. Again, these are the details of that. Please go through that at your leisure. Now we come to the commissioning plan. This is a written document which sets up all the commissioning activities and ensures that all the design, construction, operation will meet the OPR. And it also will define the roles and responsibilities of each member of the commissioning team. Because tomorrow we do not want a dispute, because you have having various agencies working on a project. Like the commissioning authority will be there, the air conditioning contractor will be there, equipment supplier will be there, consultant will be there, project management authority will be there. We don't want a conflict with the industry. So what each person or each agency should perform for the project should be set up, should be defined at this stage. Again, details I am skipping that. Basis of design. This basically is the team's approach to meet the OPR. What should be the basis of design should be set up here, and owner's approval should be taken for all critical design decisions. So for example, if a air conditioning plant, whether you are going for a water-cooled chiller, air-cooled chiller, PRF, split units, whatever you want to install, please explain to the owner at this stage and make him aware what is being offered, what is the pros and cons of each of the systems, and get the thing approved by the owner. And here you are working in close coordination with the design consultant. Mind you, you are not in conflict with the design consultant. You are also not a proof consultant. Commissioning authority is not a proof consultant. Checking the design, but yes, only to ensure that design is able to meet the owners of the law. Then we come to the commissioning specifications. Commissioning specifications should be developed for all equipment systems and subsystems. Here again, if you really want to commission a plan properly, and you are not planning for that at the beginning, it may not be possible to carry out the commissioning at the final stage. Because if you want a flow meter to be installed in the system, if there is no provision for the flow meter at the final stage, you cannot install that. Forget about it. So what you really want to do for measurement, verification, all this has to be thought of and planned at this stage at the commissioning specifications. And whatever required to be done needs to be incorporated in the contract documents. Please give me a header when I am running out of time. Then we come to the commissioning design. It is done only to satisfy that the design is capable of meeting owners for here. This is not a peer review of the design, because if the commissioning agent happens to be a peer review, it will be resisted by the design consultant. The design consultant is not going to like that. Please don't get into that kind of a conflict. If the client wants to have a peer review done by a peer review consultant, he will definitely appoint a peer review. He should only see that the design is capable of meeting it. That is all. Then we come to the construction-based commissioning, where audit submittals are reviewed so that they are in conformity to the OPR. And the commissioning team shall be involved in the construction, starter, testing, balancing of components and sub-assemblies. Here again, you are actually getting into the design consultants very here, or limit yourself to a percentage document verification. Again, ensuring that the documents are in line with what's required to meet the owner's quality requirements. And any non-conformances be identified and also maintain a complete record of commissioning submittals and reviews. Then testing and observation. This is clearly understood by everybody as part of the commissioning. We all understand that this is commissioning. This doesn't require the standards. This is what you've been practicing in the past. That starting plan, test and whatever testing and observation has to be done, checklists, test procedures, report forms to be developed, accepted by our manager. And the person responsible shall carry out the test protocols. You please decide who is going to verify each and every test procedures. Be very clear that when I am starting an AHU, so person will be here to take your review. Very important. And repeat test all the equipment, subsystems and systems till they pass the test. And compile all the checklists into a final compilation for the commissioning report. This is the product related system activities at each stage of commissioning. Now we come to something called functional performance testing. Basically, when you are commissioning a plan, the functional performance of the plan has to be established. So what you do is in active testing, you record your operation and you simulate a change and see how the equipment is responding to that change and record your operation after the change. And passive testing is just performance and data analysis and monitoring. Most important, Total performance testing in the auto mode, DMS control systems to be fully operational. Again, let me confess to you that in most situations, when you are commissioning air conditioning system, HVAC system, the DMS system will not be ready. The DMS system just will not be ready at that time. So the functional performance testing probably has to be done when all systems are in place. So then at the end of the project, you will be under a lot of pressure to start with that because the vulnerability to start operations, start missing out. Your DMS system may not be working at that time, but we want to put it. Please give him put it as we understand. But after giving him the pudding, don't just walk away from there. Please be there till the systems are operational and ensure that the systems are working. Now, non-conformance. See, in any situation there can be non-conformance. It is not a sin. I have got an experience of for example, a chiller. A particular client insisted that negative tolerance will not be accepted. Finally, when they went to test the plant and the owners like negative tolerance was there. He was not getting the zero or positive tolerance. What to do in that kind of a situation? Maybe have a dialogue with the vendor, have a dialogue with the equipment manufacturer, and come to some kind of an understanding. But come to the understanding really well, what are the costs, what are the implications. And for anything there is a solution. If they monetary charge, whatever. But intelligently understand that and solve it. That is what this is. And please include all these non-conformities in a proper resolution document so that everybody is aware. Now, one of the funny things, systems manual. If you walk into a plant room handed over 3 years back, I will challenge each of you to show me a proper systems manual. In most cases, it will not be available. Again, I'm taking that 10%. In 10% cases, it may be available. But in 90% cases, there will be no systems manual, there will be no aspect drawings, nothing. So if you want to do any modification to the plan, you want to understand the plan operation properly, God help you. Then, unfortunately, that is the situation. My friend here is smiling, I think. And operator training. Engage the operators during construction stage. See, for big corporates, this is not difficult because there will be operators around. Always there will be operators. They can be shuffled from one place to another, and they can be trained during construction. But for a developer who is putting in a building, somebody who is putting in a hospital or a hotel, it is very important. First timer I am. It is very important to have the operators trained when the plan is under construction, so that he should be aware of what are the implications and what is to be done, what cannot be done. And the systems manual shall provide all the information needed to operate and maintain the system that can be useful for operator training, has to be updated at each stage and has to be approved by the owner. And as-built drawing again is a thing. I have seen the design drawings being presented as shop drawings, ultimately being passed off as as-built drawings. Unfortunately, that is the case. O&M personnel training. Document your training needs. Right at the beginning, you document your training plan. You decide who all will be going to get trained. And operation maintenance personnel to be trained and commission. Evaluate the training. Call the guy after 3 weeks, ask him questions. What have you understood? Ask him to show the operation and evaluate whether he has really understood it really important. And again, to be approved by everyone. Verified training. The final commissioning report. This is a summation of all the activities you have done so far. Summarize the entire commissioning process, include construction, design, construction review reports, unresolved non-conformities, and owners acceptance. This document is the final document which comes out of the whole process and has to be handed over to you. And should this document must be accepted by you. Now we come to post-occupancy commission, where you commission the plans, handle it over, taken up for operation, all delayed and seasonal repairs. Like I mentioned, when you are initially commissioning the plan, probably the load may not be there, occupancy may not be there. When the building is in full operation, please test your plan once a day. When I say test the plan, test the system, test all the parameters so that it is able to operate at peak design loads. Warranty records and whatever warranty issues are there. Any unresolved non-conformities, additional training requirements. At the end of the post-commissioning period, you will have a proper systems manual, you will have a record of unresolved issues, you will have a record of training records, and the final commissioning. This is the final stage of the cross-board process. We have gone from point 1, which is initially the commissioning process, right up to point where we the post-occupancy commission. All this is given very clearly in the commissioning standard proper commission. This graph is interesting. In a normally commissioned plan, when you commission the plan, initially performance is peaking, but over a period of time, the performance is significantly dropping. It could be a drift, it could be errors in operation, it could be a whole lot of things. But if you have a perpetual commissioning, this drift will not happen, and plan will perform as it is designed throughout its lifetime. Very, very important. Now we come to part 2 of this whole exercise, which is the checklist. The standard also have various checklists. They are not part of the standard, they are for your guidance only. They can be used, they can be modified and used. For example, delivery checklist for a fan delivered side. What should you check on delivery? What should you check on installation? This is very clearly set out in the standard by way of various checklists. And the standard is having various annexures, HA1 to HA12, verification of main equipment, and annexure HB1 to HB12, verification of subsystems. These are the main equipment covered right from room air conditioning, and packing systems, right up to chillers and control systems. The whole gamut is covered in this. Delivery checklist, installation checklist, startup checklist, you will find sample checklist in the standard, which can be used as a guidance, you can modify and use. Then you do the chill water piping, you need it is on there. Then you do the construction checklist. So I am concluding that the commissioning process is a quality focused process on enhancing daily work. By spending that 1.5% extra on commissioning of the plan, you will probably save double that each year of operation, mind you, not once. It is a repeated gain for the use. But realistically, we need a cultural change. The end users will understand that the system has to be, especially the electric system, has to be properly commissioned and paid. If the making of the standard has helped in any way, that itself is a great goal. Now, having said that, what I have just given you is just an overview of this standard. I have not even gone into the details of each and every commission cross in this land. They are not like that. So the time allowed is only allowing me to give the word. But Ishrae has got workshops. A 3-hour workshop is there, which has been conducted successfully already in places, which will give you a total hands-on approach to commission. People like my friend who is sitting there, Mr. Ishrae. He is an expert speaker on commissioning. He can talk to you about commissioning of the air side, commissioning of the air side, commissioning of the water side, and keep you spellbound. And Ishrae is also having a certification program, a Ishrae certified professional program for commissioning, which runs for 3 full days, when each and every aspect of commissioning is touched there. And all this, the standard is the foundation, all these are built up on that. If we are able to make even a fractional change in our mindset as regards commissioning, I will consider it a great success. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Any questions? Any questions? Would anybody dispute that 10%? So if anybody is able to come and tell me that no, I am able to rate 50%, I will be happy. I mentioned at starting that only 10% cases I have seen the plan properly commissioned, even in the conventional sense, not with respect to the standard, in the conventional sense. If somebody here is able to correct me, I will be happy. Up. If you are able to say I have done 50%. Unfortunately, this is a relatively affecting us because if a client is, and again, let me tell you one very important factor. We are not always talking about third party commission. If the client is strong enough, if he has got a proper team for commissioning a plan, fine, let the client do it. We don't want a third party commissioning agent. But a client should be able to do that sequentially over 6 steps. And that person must be dedicated. You have a question? No. Observation. Somebody give me a mic.
One moment.
Offline.
Yeah.
Your point is well taken. Actually, when they have gone this standard, they are not builders, users, they are called for a seminar. They conducted at least 2 seminars for engineers.
Ram, right here. Do you have left?
Yes.
Sir, I only want to ask you one thing. We have such a beautiful book, which is public. I don't see it outside, so that people can actually buy it and use it.
Okay, I mentioned that the commissioning book is available on the Ishrae online. You can just order the commissioning book online. Now we are on the age of online.
Thank you, sir, for saving me. Please order Ishrae commissioning book online. We are not kept it on the reception desk.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for the invitation. In fact, thank you to all the participants for making the session interactive. I now request Mr. Satish Menon to felicitate Mr. K. Ramchandran. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a video being played from Recall.
On cold chain and refrigeration industry solutions. The cold chain industry is developing at a faster pace in India due to shift in focus from increasing the production to better storage and transportation facility of the commodity. The industry is now becoming an integral part of the supply chain industry, comprising of refrigerated storage and refrigerated transportation. The cold chain industry wise refrigerated transportation and cold storage technology has shown its importance and necessity during the COVID pandemic for fast and effective vaccine supply. Owing to the rising need of the infrastructure to reduce wastage, the cold chain industry, the global cold chain monitoring market, is expected to grow from $4.4 billion in 2020 to $13.8 billion by 2028, at a CAGR of 15.6% during the forecast period 2021 to 2028. And the Indian cold chain market reached a value of nearly 1,285 billion INR in 2020. The industry is further expected to grow at a CAGR of 14.3% over the forecast period from 2022 to 2027 to attain a value of 2,865 billion INR by 2027. Seeing that growing Indian market, Ishrae proposed Red Cold India exhibition on the growth of refrigeration and cold chain industry with an objective to bring forward the best technology solutions and increase the overall growth of this sector. Red Cold India will cover all sections of refrigeration and cold chain industry, bringing all stakeholders together under one roof and displaying industry-specific latest technology during exhibition, seminar, and workshops on pharma, vaccine, dairy, fishery, and hospitality. Conference will be accompanied by technical experts of the industry, startup dividend, buyers in the lead, global poster competition, awards nights. Red Cold India is planning during 8 to 10 December 2022 Mahatma Mandir, Tamil Gujarat, where once a variety related to cold storage, cold transportation, and related equipment, cold chain services, and industrial refrigeration, which is being organized by the Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, called the Ishrae, along with exhibition partner Radical Communications. For more information, contact Ishrae, www.redcold.in.
I would request Yogesh Thakkar sir to come on the stage and speak a few words.
So friends, good evening once again, and I take the opportunity to welcome my FSI friends, Suresh Banti, Ajit, Yuariti. You are welcome to our event. So I've already talked to you, I already seen the video for Red Cold. I hereby take the opportunity to invite every one of you, you can participate, being a sponsor, being a stallholder, or come as a visitor, come as a delegate. There are parallel events also happening. The Indian Heat Pump Conclave, which is going to be happening, International Heat Pump Association has already confirmed. There are various seminars which are going to be taking place simultaneously. This conclave is going to be taking place. There will be innovation pavilions which are there. So this is the 5th Red Cold edition happening at Ahmedabad. The first ref pool happened at Ahmedabad, the second was at Deccan, Hyderabad, third and fourth were digital because of the COVID, Delhi and Thane. So this is the fifth edition, and the Ahmedabad team under the able leadership of Mr. Pankaj Dharkar doing tremendous efforts. We have a very short time in front of the Ahmedabad host team, and it's really working hard, and I really seek support from all of you. Please support RefPool. Please be a participant, delegate, and from Pune. Pune is a field of recognition, and I seek really sincere support from Pune. And Pune, I will make it I would like to put it on record. Pune has really helped, really helped, and it's my dream. Believe me, Pune has to do the RefPool. Vinit bhai will really support me. Ram sir will support me. All my Ishrae will support. Pune has to get a RefPool. आज नहीं तो कल 2 साल
2024 इधर से आवाज आ रही है 2024 पुणे में होगा
सर तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आप एनडीओडी में कहीं आप ऐसा प्रेजेंटेशन करो आप अपना 10 क्लियर करो नेक्स्ट RefPool 2023 is already been announced and it will be at Chennai. So 24 of course my dream is to always Pune has been very close to heart and Pune has the best people placed to take the leadership, to take the RefPool, and I will be really glad to come for the inauguration in the coming years. So my best wishes. Thank you.
So definitely in 2024 we will host RefPool in Pune and we'll invite you to inaugurate it.
Can we have the acrylic video?
Technology and engineering advancements has profoundly shaped the economy and the environment. It is the nature of technology to evolve rapidly, and the world recently witnessed these speedy advancements as we bounce back from the pandemic. Technological progress and engineering marvels have been crucial in eliminating the challenges humanity has faced throughout centuries, and now is the time for it to shift focus towards strength, ruling on all of mankind. India is at the forefront of adapting to the evolving heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration industry, and global companies within the sector are looking towards India as the hub for innovation. This has been made possible due to various government initiatives such as Make in India and Skill India, which have equipped the Indian workforce with technological expertise to take the industry to the next level. In addition to this, the Government of India announced a production-linked incentive scheme worth 4,600 crore rupees to 43 companies for the manufacturing of components that we previously used to import. The Indian HVACR industry is projected to grow 8 times in the next 20 years in accordance with the Indian National Cooling Plan. The Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers is an organization dedicated to the advancement of the arts and sciences of the HVACR industry. Ishrae and Informa Markets in India are in strategic partnership to take the HVACR industry to the next level. Informa Markets are known for their expertise across the B2B exhibition sector and ability to create innovative business platforms that help industries and markets thrive. Informa Markets and Ishrae join hands to bring to you Access 2022, India's forefront exhibition for the HVACR industry. The previous edition of Access attracted 30,000 plus attendees and 400 plus distinguished exhibitors from all across the world. The 2023 edition of Access expects to see a footfall in excess of 35,000 attendees with 450 plus exhibitors from 40 countries. With a grand platform for buyer and seller meets, Access will provide the teams of millions of HVACR professionals and provide them with the best and the most comprehensive business platform with all the ingredients of success. Experts from all over the world will come together to meet people, cultivate and expand networks and conduct business. Mumbai, known as the financial capital of India, is a well-established manufacturing and engineering hub. The region is an established center of technology and infrastructural investments, which makes it apt for this year's edition that focuses on engineering advances and the future. The 2023 edition will take place from the 14th to 16th of March at the Bombay Exhibition Center. The future of the industry will be on display as Acres 2023 with a one-of-a-kind illustration of achieving carbon neutrality by the year 2070 and creating a better future for the generations yet to come. Come, we are part of the future at Acres 2023.
I would now request our RD sir, Vinil Sanghi, to come on the stage to talk about ethics.
Good evening. Good evening. मालूम है ना problem क्या है? I'm hard at hearing. Once again we'll try. Okay. Good evening. Good evening. Okay, guys. Very good evening, and I think what an amazing evening we are having with full house here. Our video was self-explanatory. So 14th, 15th, and 16th of March 2023 at Bombay Exhibition Center. We are looking forward to seeing you all to the biggest show of air conditioning and refrigerator, air conditioning, HVAC and R happening at Mumbai. Acres 2023, this time you will see already that so far booking has happened. Amount by correct me, 10,000 square meters is already gone out of 13,000 square meters. Already booked, done, dusted. All those who are yet to be part of it, you have limited spaces available. Please go for the booking, concluding, otherwise you will not get the choice of your stalls. Another, we are expecting more than 30,000 visitors that you will be able to see. And one of the most amazing, different kind of concepts that you will be able to see, like Innovation Pavilion, you will be able to see reverse buyers and sellers meet. So be part of it. If you are in the field of HVAC and R, if you are part of the air conditioning industry, if you are into the business, you have to be in Mumbai on 14th, 15th, and 16th of March 2023 at Bombay Exhibition Center, Acres 2023. Amod bhai, may I please request you to kindly come on the stage. Anyone else who is there from Acres team, Virendra bhai, you are also very much part of it. I also have my Mumbai team who is here. May I please request you to kindly join on the dais, please. If you have any queries, anything, you guys are around, feel free to reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to answer any one of those. There are many concurrent events that are going to happen simultaneously, amazing workshops that are going to happen, and you will see many more innovative designs. This year's theme is engineering towards net zero. That is the future what we are going to look at. Our beloved Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has already announced at COP26 summit that India will be carbon neutral by 2070. And if that change has to happen, be part of that change. Be present at Acres 2020. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, guys. Safely, please.
Very, very. हमने भी break लिया है, तो I will just take 2 minutes of yours. We have a whiteboard on the left at the entry. At IPC, we believe that we need feedback for the programs we are doing, and in future we can organize something better. So everyone, before leaving, we need your feedback on that whiteboard. Secondly, we have table tennis tournament coming up from the youth student movement. Everyone is involved in that. That is coming on 9th October, Sunday. That's day after tomorrow. So I think Arpit, are you there? Okay, so I am also the organizer. So you can contact me or Arpit is there and Abhijit is there. So we all three, you can just give us a registration. I think we have a desk behind for table tennis registration as well. Thank you. Moving on, I would request President for the video clip of society partner, silver partner for IPC, Hari Om. Can you have the video audio?
हरिओम मेटल एंड ट्यूब ने मेक इन इंडिया की तरफ आरंभ किया है, तो आइए हम सब मिलकर हमारी इस कंपनी का साथ देकर भारत की प्रगतिशीलता में सहयोग दें, जिससे हमारे देश की प्रगति हो और हम सबका विकास हो। Welcome to Hariom Metal and Tubes, an ISO 9001:2015 certified company. Copper tubes, wires, and cables manufacturer, located at Umargaon GIDC, Gujarat. We believe in teamwork, integrity, quality service, excellence, innovation, honesty, values, trust, which leads us to consistent success and growth. Under the strong leadership of Mr. Kalpesh Jain, company is achieving new heights of success. Hariom Metals and Tubes is one of the leading manufacturer and supplier of ACR, EHP copper tube, BRB, BRF copper tubes, flexible wires and cables, insulated copper tubes kit, copper fittings, metal gas, medical gas distribution, and plumbing copper tubes. We are supplying tubes according to the client's specification, meeting international standards, including ASTM, GIS, BSEN, and IS codes. Our strengths are total commitment towards maintaining and fulfilling stringent quality standards, highly innovative, extremely competitive pricing, and shortest delivery times, which gives us all confidence in putting up a request for getting associated with your esteemed organization as one of the approved supplier of copper tubes for BRB, BRF systems, capillary tubes, and fittings. Our commitment towards quality has earned us the recognition as one of the most reliable manufacturers and suppliers of copper tubes for BRB, BRF system, capillary tubes, and fittings in India.
Thank you. We have with us distinguished Mr. Javed Rafi. He is currently associated as a head business development with Joyer Instruments, UK. He has lived and worked across 4 continents with experience in sales, product management, and corporate strategy roles in the BMS and instrumentation industry, including in the Fortune 500 firms. The topic for today's session is why measure heat. On that note, I request Mr. Rafi to take over.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. And a happy Dussehra to you all. It's really good to see you guys, and I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Javed Rafi. I'm the head of business development at Dwyer, and I'm here with my colleague Shailesh Patel, who is the staff manager for Dwyer, and also Ishrae Automation and Controls. You heard Mrs. Biju Bikale speak about an hour back. She's our top distributor, and she's here with the team, including Asia Big Time. And what I intend to cover in the next 15 minutes, I want to give you a bit of a brief introduction. In fact, I want to flesh a little bit more what Viju has said about Dwyer before I get into the topic of why measure heat. Right? So, Dwyer, we are an American-based manufacturer of instrumentation for HVAC as well as process vibration markets. We manufacture the input devices, the gauges, switches, and transmitters for pharmaceutical, HVAC, building automation systems, data centers, and more. All right. Now, we are a very old company. We started in 1931, so 90 plus years now. Now, if you haven't come across, excuse me, tricky clearing the throat with this. So, started in 1931. Now, what I was going to say was, if you haven't come across the brand name Dwyer, you would have definitely come across in the HVAC industry the brand name MagnaHelic. It was, in fact, the world's first dry low differential pressure solution, and it solved an industry problem with liquid fit manometers. And as Viju mentioned in our presentation, we are sort of like the Xerox and photocopy, the escalator, the aspirin, and the Google of the pressure gauge market. But we are a bit more than that now. We're headquartered in Michigan City, which is about an hour and a half from Chicago, and we manufacture, well, we have 6 factories in the US, from where we manufacture over 3,000 products, and then we export it across the globe. We're a global company with offices in the UK, Australia, China, and Singapore. I personally come from the UK office of Dwyer, because the UK office manages Europe, Middle East, Africa, and India. So to understand the Dwyer product categories, we are mainly segmented into pressure, level, flow, test and data, and air quality. Now each section is broken down into pressure gauges, switches and transmitters, gauges, switches and transmitters, so level gauges, switches, transmitters, flow gauges, switches, transmitters. And the air quality section is where we have a lot of our air quality BMS products, so your humidity, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and more. So here are some of the products that you would use in your HVAC or building management system. So anything that you would need to automate your building management system, your air handling unit, we carry in our portfolio as input devices. MagnaHelic pressure gauge, of course, we monitor your cosmic fan and filter. Or if you want something with a little bit more control, the MagnaSync differential pressure transmitter, one of our top products, is also on the list. Temperature, humidity devices, and current switches to monitor your fans if required, and more. Now, with regards to chiller fans, all the sensors that I mentioned in the last slide, with the exception of humidity, we carry in our portfolio. This one product here, the insertion electromagnetic flow meter, which is what I'm going to focus on today, an award-winning product introduced in 2018. And I'm pretty proud to say, as a leader for Dwyer in India, India is the second highest seller or purchaser of that particular product over the world for Dwyer instruments. Again, terminal units, so if you want a little bit more tighter control, where you want to measure the space like this one, and you want room sensors, be it CO2 or temperature, humidity, or VOC sensors, we carry those in our portfolio as well. Now, as I mentioned, we work in building automation and also process automation markets. We also work in the clean market, where, as Mr. Ramachandran said, the control element is essentially the same, but in these particular kind of industries, you need a bit more finer control. You need higher accuracy, you need higher reliability. You want everything in stainless steel, you want a corrosion resistance with more reliability, basically. So we work and play a lot in the market as well. And now with data centers, which also have a high demand, we also work a lot in the data center market. So now this brings me to this presentation. I know it's a very tough act to follow after Mr. Desai's and Mr. Ramachandran's presentation, which had some very critical pieces of information, some real data. What I want to do today is I want to cover a little bit of fundamentals, but I also want to talk about and instill some thought in terms of we're doing some things like this today. Is there something else we can do to make it better? But let's start off by asking about heat. What is heat? The heat we know is a form of energy. We know it cannot be created or destroyed. We know it can change from one form to another. However, today, what I want to do is, I want to take a step back, and I want us to think about heat as a form of utility, like water and electricity. You would agree that the way you consume water and electricity is different to the way I consume water and electricity. How my family uses water and electricity will be different to yours. Heat is very similar in that regard. And it is by chance that I also could heard the Chief Knowledge Officer talking about district heating today, to be introduced in Pune. I know Thane is also thinking about it. I want to use this district heating scheme, which is very similar to Tesla's model. You have power generation somewhere in the center, and then you get economies of scale by generating the power in the center and then distributing it across the board. So if you look at the district heating scheme where you have an energy center on the top left, which is supplying energy, which could be hot water or chilled water, to your commercial complexes, to your public buildings, or your housing complexes. So you would agree that the heat consumption of a school, which runs from 9 to 5, is going to be very different to the heat consumption of a housing complex, where people would use it more in the evening. Now, even within a housing complex, the way people use heat is different. So an old lady living on the ground floor would use heat differently to a student living on the first floor, who probably uses the heat later in the night, right? So I want to now start looking at a few configurations. Anyways, the point I want to make is that when it comes to water and electricity, there's one difference. Let's take a step back again. Managing heat is a little more different to water and electricity. It's a little bit more involved. When it comes to electricity, switch off and it's off. You close the tap and it's closed. In heating, it doesn't quite work like that, or lack of heating in still water, where you need to optimize and compensate. You can't just put an air damper and it stops. You cannot just switch off the heating. It takes time to dissipate that heat. You can't switch on the heating. If you want heating at 9 o'clock, you can't switch it on at 9 o'clock. You got to switch it on at 8:30, so you get the right temperature spec by the time it's 9 o'clock. Now, apart from that, when it comes to heating, there are so many very different configurations based on ambient conditions, based on application. And this is what makes managing heat a little bit more ingrained, a little bit more complex than water and electricity. So I'm going to go run through some of these configurations now. I'm not going to teach the experts here, but just going to run through some configurations and then move on to what I'm going to say. So here's an energy sector. Winter air conditioning, country like the United Kingdom, where it's cold and we have an energy sector with some boilers in it. And the district heating scheme supplies to the distribution line into an energy substation, into hydraulic interface units, also known as cold boilers. All right. For your washing and cleaning, for your bath, right? That is one configuration. Summer air conditioning. Good old India, warm, nice weather. It's warm throughout the year. Instead of boilers, we have chillers supplying the energy sector into a fan coil unit or air handling unit of the maybe. Or a hotel HVAC, like the one I stayed at the railway station, near the railway station today, where you not only need in a hot country or in a warm country, where you not only need a chiller to manage the ambient space, but also now you need a boiler so that when I wake up tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock to catch a flight, I'll have hot water, which is centrally produced. We can take it a step further. So this was a project I did when I was a young engineer for one of the princes of the Middle East. I'm not supposed to say who. And I was surprised. This guy had in the Middle East, as Rajasthan, it's a desert, hot summers and cold winters. And if you have lived in Dubai, in summer, if you open the cold tap, what you would get is hot water, correct? So when I was a young engineer on site for this prince, I was surprised this guy actually had a chiller for cooling down the water for his cold water tap, along with use the same chill water for cooling down in summer, and vice versa. He had boilers for hot water as well as warming up in winter. So there are so many different configurations. There's an opportunity for us to measure heat. All right, and how can we, I mean, the situation right now with the Ukraine war, the cost of energy has gone up, the buzzwords we say, energy efficiency, getting a return on investment of the capital expenditure and all of that. Let's start taking a look inside some of these energy centers. And this is how we have been doing things for so long. So imagine a job like this, we've got multiple chillers, you've got your primary and secondary pumps. As a BMS specialist, we would have dryer temperature sensors, dryer pressure transmitters across your pumps to manage the flow across your pumps. Now, what I want to say is that's how we have been doing it for a long time. Managing our heat using temperature, pressure, flow. Can we perhaps take it a step further? Mr. Desai's presentation on operational efficiency. Can we start looking at these chillers and start putting meters on these chillers, where you have an input device, electricity meter in this case, and a heat meter on the output device. The output divided by input is your efficiency, correct? Is there a way we can use this data, it's not been done before, to manage and control your building management system? Is it possible that I look at a series of chillers in a district heating scheme and decide which of these is most efficient and working within, and then we have a sequence of operational control strategy that switches on or modulates the chillers to run at those efficiencies? Is that possible? And I want to take it a step further now. I'm going to talk about the configuration I showed you before. Again, the way we manage our BMS is to temperature, pressure, level, flow. Is it possible, perhaps, that we have heat meters in the supply side, and then can we have heat meters on the demand side? So if there is a housing complex like that, with Mr. Joe on the first floor, old ladies, Susan on the ground floor, is it possible that we could have heat meters in supply and return, supply and demand side, and we run the system based on the actual need of what the demand is calling for? Can we go one layer up? Again, this has not been done before. I'm presenting this idea, and I'm going in front of some top consultants here. Once you guys take the risk and ask to put a pen to the paper and specify it, such a design, we could possibly look at perhaps improving the system where it is right now and making it truly demand-driven control, where we are actually looking at what the consumption is on the demand side and then managing the system as a whole. Now, I want to talk about this particular application I did when I was working for Honeywell in the UK. I'm not allowed to say the name of the project because we signed an NDA, but I can give you a rough idea. So this was a particular customer who had this particular configuration with a CHP. A CHP being a combined heat and power unit, which is essentially an electricity generator. And the generator produces electricity for the building. However, the waste heat from that generator is used for space heating and hot water application. But the problem with this customer was he said, I'm not getting the return on investment from the CHP. Something is wrong with the system. Can you come and analyze what is going on here? So essentially what we did at that time was to install a lot of flow meters with essentially measuring heat with 2 temperature sensors. And we put an electricity meter on the CHP, gas meters on the boilers, heat meter, and we monitored the data for a period of 1 year. And the results were quite interesting, and I think this is one reason why we should measure heat. What we found out was that come winter, when there is a demand for heat in London, it makes sense to switch on the CHP because you can use the electricity and the byproduct heat, you can use it for your heating. However, things got really ugly when it came to summer, and London does get very warm these days. It does go to like 25, 27 degrees Celsius. I mean, I know it's relative, but once you get acclimatized, things are different. And when you put on the CHP in summer, what happens is the operational cost, before the operational cost, the waste heat had nowhere to go, or there was no use for it. The whole return on investment calculation didn't quite make sense for this customer. And the solution to all of this,
switch off the CHP in summer, bring it back on PCS.
That's not the right solution. You should go to the Bloomberg building on Cannon Street.
Sure.
The CHP building which in summer cools the building. You heard about the Dinanath being talked about here?
Yeah.
It's exactly the same application. You put an absorption chiller in summer.
Absolutely. It's good. Again, this is again, I said it was 10 years back, brilliant one. And I have come across such buildings in the past. This application was productive, where it is peak winter in London and the chiller's on. Now, in that building, what was interesting was that the number of people and the number of units that created heat were a lot more. And it made sense for that one. An absorption chiller would be the right solution for that time. But you got to remember, I'm a BMS specialist, not the HVAC specialist, so I should have spoken to you first. So, but anyways, thank you. So anyways, in this slide, I want to say it's important to measure heat, not just from an application, not only from a point of view, but also start thinking about from a demand point of view, where you're consuming heat within your space. So just a final configuration I just want to show you, and I want to talk about one of Wire's the insertion electromagnetic flow meter. Again, not training anybody here. Measuring heat using a flow meter can be done with the help of, essentially, heat is going through a pipe. You're measuring the flow, you measure the T1 and the T2, which is the delta between the supply and return. You multiply it by 4, it is proportional to the consumption of heat. And I want to now introduce you to the insertion electromagnetic flow meter, this award-winning product. In fact, I actually put this product forward again a couple of years back, and we won another award. I remember it was a Birmingham cooling agency. So the IEF is a brilliant product where it has got two main features that makes it special. Number one, it is a universal product. You can install it on a 4-inch line all the way up to 36 inches. What that means, you can install it on a 4-inch line today. Tomorrow, I can come and take that product off, go and put it into a 36-inch line, configure it, and it will start working. What Dwyer did cleverly with this product, compared to the competition, is that when it comes to competitors' products, you need to specify what is the line size, how much glycol you got in there, what is the thickness of the pipe, what type of pipe it is, and you send the data to the manufacturer, they develop it, and they send the product back after 6 weeks. What we have done cleverly is we have introduced this particular smart display with all the data in there, and once you program the information into the device, it will tell you how far you need to install it from the pipe, essentially making it a universal product. But the second feature is the hot tap technology, that the hot tap you see at the bottom there. This is the hot tap. Now the beauty of the hot tap is that you can install a hot tap without having to drain the pipe. So you can install it while the pipe is full. You have to cut a hole using a magnetic drill with a valve. However, you can still have your air conditioning system running and there. So to give you a good example, Shailesh, he's a subject matter expert for IEF because he's installed so many of them. Phoenix City Mall in Mumbai, he installed this sensor on 6 chillers. Please don't quote me on the number, I think it's somewhere between 5 and 6. While the shopping mall was open downstairs. Yes, you had to switch it off for a certain period of time, but we didn't have to close the shops, drain the pipe, put it back on, or anything of that stuff. So that gives it a very special advantage because, let's face it, a lot of the buildings are retrofit and they're operational. And if you can't have a product, so you don't have to wait too long, it is universal, you're using I'm done? All right, that was my last slide. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Please, yes. Oh, only for liquids on the stage. So with that, I want to end my presentation. Thank you for lending me your ears. Right?
Thank you, sir, for the very informative and energetic presentation. I now request Mr. Vimal Chawla to felicitate Mr. Javed. Thank you, sir. Well, our next distinguished speaker for today is Mr. Yannick. He is presently associated with Ventilix Drying and Thermal Treatment Solutions as a manager customer service. As a manager in the back office of the service department, he is responsible for the maintenance and modification at approximately 800 customers worldwide. His topic for the session now is liquid desiccant dehumidifiers, myth versus reality. So without a further ado, I request Mr. Yannick to take over.
Presentation. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here tonight. Special thanks to Mr. Yash Kakanis for inviting me tonight here. I'd like to talk to you about the liquid desiccant dehumidifier systems. It's a system which is not well known in our industry, but it's a very powerful installation which can be used in a certain range of air. There are many myths I hear when I visit my customers. Unfortunately, most of the myths are not true or are caused by just some little things that can be adjusted and fixed. I will get to the myths through the presentation, but I will mention them you in advance. So the system should have a high carryover of lithium chloride, which causes corrosion in the whole plant. Overall system is subjected to high leakages. Maintenance costs are very high. Moisture control is not good. And it's not possible to control the density of the lithium chloride. Well, if you hear this, I wouldn't buy the system at all. I will first tell you about dehumidification. Many times dehumidification is seen as cooling or as some sort of a heating, but it's a different thing. Where do we use dehumidification? For an example, in the food industry, or to avoid condensation problems in the production of metals, all these kind of things. One more, very important, is the contamination and bacteria control in food. As I told you, this system is not well known. And why not? It's not available in all of the markets. When you look at the markets where it's been used, it's mostly in the gelatin market, the capsule market, and the meat industry, meat processing. I will tell you why later. First, about lithium chloride. Lithium chloride is basically a salt which we solute in water, which will make a total of 40% mesh fraction. This we will be using in the installation. And with this, we will dry the air. It's a salt solution, so it's hygroscopic, but not aggressive. Which are things which not has to be taken wrong. Now, I'll take you through the system. This is an example of a system. We have them in many shapes. It can be horizontal, can be vertical, but I'll take this one as an example. On top, we have the spraying nozzles to start with. If with the spraying nozzles, we spray in the lithium chloride solution. It will be sprayed on a packing, and through the packing from beneath, in this version, we have the process air. The process air processes the lithium chloride, and by that, we make sure that the moisture out of the air gets extracted. Of course, you get the lithium chloride through the spray nozzles and the lithium chloride itself. Now, one of the myths was high carryover of lithium chloride. This system is a closed system. There should only be 0.002 ppm carryover, which is very low. Give you an equivalent, it's lower than it is mostly around sea. Now, one of the myths is carryover, but therefore there are emission effects. And this is one of the things that needs to be kept in mind very good. When the mist effects are in the bad condition, you will make sure that you get corrosion all over the plant. But we get to that, right? Now, to get a better understanding of the system, the lithium chloride and water will rise in the system, so at some moment we need to regenerate the solution. Therefore, we have a regenerator. Of course, they need to be transferred between the two units and to make sure that you can extract and get the moisture out of the lithium chloride again. We need to heat up and we need to cool down. Cooling down will be done on the conditioner side, heating up will be done on the The basic controls of the system are very simple. It works at the conditioner side with just a temperature meter. And a temperature meter controls the cooling. On the other side, it's a little more sophisticated, but the basics is the same. We measure the level in the conditioner. The level will rise, of course, and by that level rising, the heating will start, and we will regenerate the lithium chloride. When you look at a PNID or a flow chart, it will look like this. Now, there was a myth about moisture control is not good. Well, in basis, you buy a system like this for your moisture. So there's well thought about it. The moisture control is controlled by, and I already mentioned it, by the temperature. And how this works, I will tell you later on. But how much flow you need, or how much temperature you need, will determine also the outset of the mix, outside of the mixing air. So it might differ by time. We also control the flow of the air to make sure that there always is enough airflow over the unit. By time the system can get dirty, and you need and you have more resistance, so less air, so we need to compensate that. And now I get to the humidity control.
So can I request those who are talking behind, please take your seats because they are not paying much attention on the very important session. Please. Thank you.
Now, I told you about myth, that it's not possible to control the density of lithium chloride. Until a certain point, this is possible.
Within the sum of the installation, we control the level. And by controlling the level, a higher level means a lower concentration. And with a lower level, you have a higher concentration. And by that, we can also control the humidity. I'll just go first to this one, to give you a better understanding. This product uses uses almost the same lines of relative humidity, and therefore this system is very efficient. In this, I hope you can see it on that end, but there are orange lines you can see, and these orange lines are the lines of the concentration of the lithium chloride. So what you can see, when you raise the lithium chloride, you get a different different humidity than chloride. Now, a very important part of the system is maintenance, which is in all systems. You already heard it a couple of times tonight, and I will repeat it again. Without any maintenance, any installation will not work. But maintenance costs don't have to be high. They're fairly simple on this system. If you can imagine an air washer, it's more or less the same. So, what do we need to do? First of all, we need to check the lithium chloride solution by reading. What it will tell us is first, do we lose concentration by time, which gives you alarm. But also, if you lose, you will also lose the prestation of your installation. Therefore, they repeat. Then we go to just twice a year. Just clean and replace some filters. Standard in any HVAC installation. I see there is a mistake. It goes to once a year. Then we need to focus on the droplet eliminators, which were on the shelf. You remember? These droplet eliminators need to be cleaned. They catch up some dust, and by that they get higher and higher resistance. Now, at some point, the resistance will get that high that they might blow up, or that they might be going gaps next to the resistance. At that point, you get a blowout of lithium chloride, which you don't want. Check some pumps, just some mechanical checks, and clean the sump. As I told you, you know an air washer, this also works as an air washer. So some of the resisting of the air, which is not catched by your filter installation, will end up in this installation. Air washers are very effective. Once every 4 years, we need to do that a little bit more. And what is it mostly is washing the system and cleaning the heating system. And that will really depend on where the installation is built, how much fresh air you use, or how much mixed air you use. But as you can imagine, if you have all kinds of dust and dirt pumping through this installation, it will end up in the stacking, it will end up in your heat exchanger, and it will make your performance worse. Now, I think a car needs more maintenance, right? This is a basic principle of the system, just to give you an idea on how it should look like. If you are in a factory or one of the markets I showed you, take a look, ask around, maybe you can see one in real life. It would be great. Now, one of the myths was overall system is subjected to high heat. There are many materials used for this type of product. But my personal opinion is to use PP or HDP. You need a well-known material. At some time, because you heat up and you cool down, you can get some cracks. And at that point, you need to do something.
Plastic welding isn't that common. There are many solutions. So when using this type of material, you can easily repair. There are all kinds of other materials which are much more complicated. Okay, that's depending. What I already showed you, what I wanted to show you is this. Most of the time, I hear is that it's a complicated system, and now we have air conditioning. What I'd like to tell is air conditioners could be great. Desiccant wheels could be great. But it really depends on where do you want, what kind of air do you want for your process. And that's what you need to think. And this is why. The energy consumption is really important of life. If you take just 25 degrees or 50% relative humidity, and we need to go to 20% relative humidity, and we compare the energy between systems, it looks like this. Because the lithium chloride follows these lines of the almost the same lines as relative humidity, it's very simple to reach your endpoint. Now, if you need to do that with condensation, you need to get to the wet bulb all the way down and then heat up again. And with desiccant wheel, it's the other way around. If you compare these energy consumptions and the different systems, there is one big winner in this one, and that's the liquid. There are more advantages. If we look at a conventional system, you need a really good temperature in this particular case. You need -5 to achieve this. For desiccant wheel, you need steam. These two things are very power consuming. Now, if we look at the liquid desiccant humidifier, we see that we need a cooling medium temperature from 20 degrees, which is not quite cool. On the other hand, we need a minimum temperature of 70 degrees. If we're looking at heat pump technology, this would be the best case. There are some more advantages of this system. I told you a couple of markets where this is used, and this is not by coincidence. For example, if we talk about meat processing industry, bacteria killing is very important. You cannot have bacteria on your product and then move it to a restaurant, a supermarket, etc. This system with the lithium fluoride kills bacteria, and it does it because, as I told you, it's a hygroscopic salt. And salt attracts water, but it also attracts water within bacteria itself. And therefore, it kills bacteria. We can kill up to 99% microorganisms or microorganisms in this. And that's very, very high. It's higher than 99%, tested according to ISO. You cannot say 100% because that's impossible, but yeah, we can get almost 100%. Sterile air corrosion resistance construction, what you can use. So there are relatively cheap coolants as well, what I told you, so there are many advantages. Now, these systems we find in all kinds of ranges. There are horizontal versions, vertical versions. I just give you a couple of examples. Usually for the smaller air amounts, you have, let's say, skidded units. So just units on a frame, which are usually put in a
complicated, you need customers, especially for the higher amounts of air. And many make mistake is that people think need for every room a different drive. You can see this as an addition to your HVAC system, which is already in place. So, and I don't have to tell you this because you know this from daily business. As long as you can have your air and you can mix it up, you can change temperature for special rooms, you're all in good shape. But if you need multiple units for redundant systems, that's also possible. You can just connect the living provider piping to the ground. Just to give you an idea, this system can be used within the baking industry, cereal industry, beverages, snacks, foods, dairy, sugar can be for sticking, for example, for the sticking plastics on the candy. So we have all the facts. High carryover, the good maintenance, it's not a problem. High leakages, if you use the right material, you can easily repair. Also with local companies or maybe your own technical staff. The maintenance costs are high, which is not the case. There are just a couple of things, not many mechanical parts, just 2 pumps, very easy. The moisture control improved, well, it can be perfect, especially when we look at the density control by controlling the level. It makes it even better. I'd like to thank you all for your time, and if you have any questions, please make sure you find the time.
Thank you, sir. I would like to call upon Mr. Nankishore Matode, sir, to felicitate Mr. Yannick. We would also like to thank Ishrae Pune chapter, Mr. Yash, for providing us this opportunity to host Mr. Yannick on the stage of ACR. So now we have come to the last session for today, the most interesting one. It's from Mr. Yogesh, Dr. Yogesh Pawar. Dr. Yogesh Pawar is the founder, managing partner, and specialist culture and strategic leadership of School of Inspiration. He's joining many hats of a speaker, author, entrepreneur, and navigator. Yogesh, sir, is among Asia's top leadership and business strategy authorities, whose work has impacted entrepreneurs and enterprises across the globe. Can we have the audio visual as well?
Good evening, everybody. Energy is still up. Yeah, happy about it. I thought there is no talk here. There is a fight between the cook, the bartender, and Yogesh. That's what is gonna happen for the next half an hour. And I'm wishing I win this time because it is 100 people versus 100 people on one side, bartender, chicken, veg versus Yogesh.
And one more. Post Navratri.
Post Navratri. There's only a break. That's another local. So, first of all, thank you very much, Virendra, for inviting me here. It's definitely a pleasure. How many of us run our own businesses? We run our own businesses. Wonderful. And how many of us are part of great organizations, good organizations who are growing? Okay, great. One who's running is different. One who's part of that running is different. Is that okay? Yeah. So can I request everybody? Snacks for all this thing. Thank God. Okay, so quickly, in next say 2 minutes, okay, because there are a lot of people. All people who are running their businesses will sit on my left side. And all people who are part of a business, who are not running that business, but are leaders and managers, sometimes managers of that business, will sit on this. Is that okay? So I give you 2 minutes from now. The time starts now. Go ahead. Time starts now. You can now stop this. So all business people who are running their businesses on my left side, and people who are part of businesses who don't run them, who don't support them, are sitting on the right hand side. अपने debate competition है यहाँ पे. There's a debate competition. Okay. Can I have a mic, please, now? Can I have a mic? I have a few of my colleagues and team members here. Girish, if you can just pick up the mic, run to the person that asked the question. So, just give 2 mics. So one on the left hand side, one on the right. People can run. Okay, my first question to all the people who run their own businesses. Okay, what kind of employees do you want? What kind of employees do you want? Anybody can answer the question. एक उत्कृष्ट employee कसा असणार? Oh, she's answering. He's answering. Go ahead. Go ahead. And the mic, the person who carries the mic has to run up. Yes.
Who is aligned with the vision of
Who's aligned with the vision? Okay. And that's one thing. He should be knowledgeable. So he should be aligned with the vision. He should be she both, right? He should be knowledgeable. Yes, go ahead.
He can understand. Employee can understand his own company.
He should, he should feel like his own company.
This is his own company.
Okay.
Then he can work as an honest employee.
So so one is one who feels it is his company. Second, one who should own the task which is assigned. Should own the task which is assigned. Okay. Total dedication and full involvement. Okay.
Accordingly,
एक मिनट. I hope you understood. People have started laughing. और ये हंसी इधर से आ रही है. Did you notice? मैंने कुछ नहीं किया. मैंने बस सवाल पूछा. I just asked a question. हाँ जी सर बोलिए.
accordingly must be
ठीक है. All in one. Okay.
self-motivated.
Self-motivated. Okay, self-motivated. Very good. There's somebody else.
Actually, he has to work 24/7.
He has to work 24/7 for me. क्या बात करते हैं? Okay, what next? ये भाई साहब तो उठ के देख रहे कौन है ये?
Should not just address the problem, but also come out with the solution.
Should not just address the problem, but come out with the solution. What else? Right? Hey, he's coming. Run, sir.
Willingness to work.
Willingness to work should be there. What else? Anything else? That's it. So basically, I think if I just remember whatever you guys said, you want a hardworking guy, you want an honest guy, one who owns it up, one who is working 24/7. That was very nice. Right? Okay. So, कहाँ मिलते हैं ऐसे? ये वो वाली कहानी नहीं है कि 4 लोग क्या कहेंगे, वो 4 आज तक नहीं मिले, ये एम्प्लॉय भी कभी तक निकला था. I understand. Okay, let's go to this group. Okay, what kind of employer would you want to work with? और जिनके MDs यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं वो भूले नहीं. But go ahead. Who pays? Sorry, I did not get it.
Damn well.
Who pays damn well? Okay, damn well. Damn is more important. All right, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
He should be understanding.
Run, come on.
Freedom of work.
Freedom of work should be there. Okay. Hold on.
Good increment.
Sorry?
Good increment everywhere.
Very good.
Mutual respect.
Mutual respect has to be there. Very good. Somebody is saying here. Girish, please run here. Girish, run. Somebody is there.
Okay. So whatever they are expecting, they should be able to fulfill it first.
Who's expecting?
The employer actually. So whatever they are expecting from the employees, they should be able to fulfill it first.
Correct. If they say, okay, आपने ownership लेना चाहिए, lead करना चाहिए, तो खुद भी करना चाहिए. Very good. Yeah. Sorry.
He or she must pay highest.
He or she must be highest paid. Very good. आ जाओ. बाकी आ जाओ. आपका पेट भी थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा. हाँ जी.
The motivation and guidance is important.
Motivation
as a
and
fresher.
As a fresher. Okay, very good. Sir, have to say something. Yep.
A clear, defined long-term road plan.
A clear, defined long-term plan. Very good. Yeah, there's somebody else. Yes.
Freedom to do your job.
Freedom to do your job. Okay. Very nice. Okay.
Power for the responsibility.
मतलब ओनरशिप ही नहीं दे, पावर भी नहीं. सगळं तुझं आहे, त्याच्यावर सही भी करणार.
Who appreciates the work?
Very good. What else? अच्छा, ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है शादी लगाने का काम चल रहा है सर? जैसे आइडल बीवी नहीं मिलती वैसे आइडल पति नहीं मिलता. Don't you think that's what is happening? अच्छा, by the way, how many of you when you leave your house in the morning, you believe that you want to be successful? Just raise your hand. No, everyone is an assumption, sir. Everyone is a very damn stupid assumption. किसी को आगे बढ़ना ही नहीं है तो उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते. Do you agree, yes or no? Yeah. So everybody wants to be successful. Employer ho, employee ho. Everybody wants to be successful. Second, how many of you in the morning you walk out of your house, sit in the car or get on the bike or get into the bus or the metro now and say, आज जाके मैं boss की गाली खाऊंगा. आज जाके मैं customer की गाली खाऊंगा. How many of you? Come on, raise your hands. एक भाई साहब है जो बोल रहे हैं मैं सुबह उठता ही हूँ कस्टमर की गाली खाने के लिए. आप एक साल सिखा रहे हैं. See, fundamentally, why
I just want to make it a little light and then not get into too much of gyan and too much of philosophy and too much of psychology, or too much of strategy and all that big words. I'm just trying to make one sense that if there is a common goal of being successful, why is it that these conflicts arise in any business? Simple enough. If there's a common goal to be successful, then why do employers and employees do not run into one direction? Why is that? What do you think? Anybody can give me an idea? Why is it that's not happening? Achha, let me tell you very, very clearly. All friends sitting on the side of the of the auditorium have tried it. Do you agree? Yes or no? Give me a cheers, yes or no? Yes or no? You've tried it. All of you have also tried to really work hard. Yes or no? Yeah. So both of you have tried, by the way. There's nothing wrong. Nobody has an intention कि मेरे को जाके खराबी करने का इसका काम. Please don't mind my Hindi. My Hindi is from Mumbai. Right. So fundamentally, all of us want to be successful. None of us would want to probably take pain. All of us have tried. Then why is it so that it happens? Because very few companies who get a match, okay? And these great companies are made up of who? Somebody else says, sir. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Yeah. These great companies are made of who?
We all.
People, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what is so different among them versus us?
So,
okay, I'll tell you why am I asking these questions. So, with Bain, anybody knows what is Bain? Bain? ANY, Bain, right? So, when I came back from Singapore and started working in India, for a little while, I was one of the chief mentors in Bain for certain projects. So I learned the Indian SME market. Okay, before starting School of Inspiration Leadership, I learned the Indian SME market, and we all have great inspiration. Let me tell you. अपन Facebook पे देख के, YouTube पे देख के, किताबें पढ़ के बहुत inspiration लेते हैं. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yeah. WhatsApp University, that is university, right? जब हमने इसका नाम SIL University coin किया था, तब मेरे को उसके बाद समझ में आया WhatsApp की भी university. But fundamentally, we get all of inspiration. My question to all of my friends sitting here is, do we have a common methodology to success? Because you ask yourself, if the reason is right, and the result also that you want is success or numbers or revenues or growth, the number of employees increasing, all of that, then what is missing? Probably the methodology. Do you agree? Yes or no? Achha, how many of you are engineers here? Very good. How many of you agree that if you don't have a right screwdriver, you cannot pull a nail out of a wall, even if you could be a greatest engineer in the world? Do you agree? Yes or no? No, a screw, nail, जो भी खोलना है यार, मतलब tool के बारे में देखा ये engineer. अपन हार्डा से engineer बनना ना. But no, fundamentally you're right. Probably a screw from a wall, right? If you don't have a right screwdriver. Thank you for correcting. But is it true? Can you remove it? No, right? So fundamentally, what are we saying? That unless and until at this stage of my business, if I do not use tools that help me to scale up, would I be able to do that? Similarly, it goes to my employee friends. Somebody said that they have to pay me the best. Please raise your hands. One simple question, are you worth the marketplace? And who has defined that? Is a simple question. If I am somebody which is impacting at the marketplace, don't you think people will pay me? Or I can demand what I need? The question is to my employee friends. Yeah. And if the organization here is ready to pay for a skill or a knowledge with the right tools that they have to use, if you don't keep changing your tools that are required for the different stages of scalability. Do do you think you will be able to scale up? Now, what happens is the maximum amount. We've worked with close to 24 now. The video is old now. We've reached almost 24,000 entrepreneurs in the country, in Middle East and Africa. And there is a common pattern here that the rigidity of change, okay, the change rigidity is one of the core reasons of why businesses are not scaling up. Now, if I go in the industrial era, today is what era? What kind of era do we call it today? It's called knowledge era. It's called knowledge era, right? In 1960s or 50s, there was industrial era. So there were only 3 lines of, hierarchy: Malik, supervisor, worker. Do you agree? Malik, supervisor, worker. Ab aisa hai nahi. Now we are trying to manage our people in the similar custodian manner of the way it was being managed in 1970s. The problem that my father had versus I have and my son have are different. My son was born in a luxury car. So he doesn't care for your 40,000 salary. Is that okay? But somebody said something very important. There has to be mutual respect. How many of you agree? How many of you would want to get respected? Now, how do you show that respect on a daily basis is the question. So the newer generation of your businesses is not demanding money. If you go to Gallup, anybody knows what is Gallup? Yeah, you've heard about Gallup, right? People who are engaged, businesses who are engaged, employees who are engaged perform 180% than businesses which are not engaged. Now, when we say businesses which are not engaged, मतलब क्या है? जो businesses अपने employees को engage नहीं कर पाते, those do not become the great companies. Companies who are able to engage. Now, how do you engage? That's the next question. So I'm going to tell you around 8-10 things I have found out as a pattern. By the way, I don't know if you paid attention to the slide there or the video there. My basic education, I'm a clinical psychologist. My job is to find patterns of successes, patterns for products, patterns for processes, patterns for systems, patterns for people. That's my job. Okay. So as a job, what do? I write down scale up strategies for people. And I am very proud to say that one of the brands here, who's also a sponsor, is Scaled Up Business by us. Okay, M Square Engineers is also a business that we scaled up in the last 3 years. In pandemic, they grew 3 times. So there is a method to the madness. Is that okay? If you apply that madness and you put a right method, you put a science, it will happen. Because if it takes 9 months, it takes 9 months. Is that okay? So I'm going to tell you where all are we probably making certain mistakes, and that quantifies as a compounding interest of failure. Is that okay? Right? We call this as soft leakages in business. There are 2 kinds of leakages: hard leakages and soft leakages. Now, what are the hard leakages? Hard leakages are I buy my material at a higher cost. Fair? Sida dikhai deta hai. Yes or no? Hard leakage. I delay the hiring process, or I don't hire the man at the right time. Hard leakage. Okay. I am selling at a low price. Hard leakage. समझ में आ रहा है ना? दिखाई देता है. I am not measuring and monitoring my sales every month on month. Hard leakage. But what are soft leakages? Soft leakages are places where my stock is dumped and not being utilized for 90 days. My non-performing assets, my people are my assets. Do you agree or no? People are assets. Okay. Non-performing managers who do not get the productivity out of the employees or the subordinates that they have. Soft leakages. By the way, if you really look at the research that has happened, you can go on Google and check that. Soft leakages contribute close to 67% of reasons of why businesses don't scale up. 67%. Now, where are these soft leakages coming from? Why are these soft leakages coming from? So I'm going to share all the points that are there with you. If you have a pen and paper, if you have your mobile, please make a note of it. Please make a note of it. These are soft leakages. And apart from these soft leakages, I'm going to tell you 4 things today. That if you start working that way, You are building a scalable structure because in today's era, scalability is not the problem. The problem is sustaining the scalability. How many of you agree with that? The business owners at least. Yes or no? मेरे को 50 करोड़ पहुंचने में दिक्कत नहीं है, वो तो 2-4 ऑर्डर में मिल जाता है. 50 करोड़ हर साल करना इस देश. For employees, एक साल में आपका पगार 50% बढ़ा दिया और हर साल नहीं आता है तो क्या होगा? आपने तो खर्चे पाल लिए. अपना तो पगार जैसे बढ़ता है वैसे घर थोड़ा बढ़ जाता है, फिर गाड़ी थोड़ी बढ़ जाती है, सोना थोड़ा बढ़ जाता है. Yes or no? Fact है ना? So understand the dichotomy of what's happening here, and that's exactly why I separated, because both of you, as the jobs that we have, are different, and unless and until we don't treat it differently, we will never become the result that we expect to. So use different tools. So let's look at the first thing. The first thing is one of the reasons why mid-sized companies, small-size and micro-sized companies fail or probably do not scale up to the truest potential is the word called lust. Please write it down. Is the word called lust. Now, what do we mean by? Anybody can tell me what do we mean by lust? The word lust. Sorry, constant attraction. Constant attraction of something. Okay. How many of you know? This is the question to both the parties here. Okay. How many of you know that you have an expiry date? Very right. Do you know what it is? At the age of expiry date, sir. Expiry date. Brahma. मी ब्रह्मासारखे म्हटलं की मी या तारखेला जाणार आहे. मी असं नाही म्हटलं. I know that there is but I don't know what that date is. So fundamentally, people generally in their professional life, their business life, say day as my retirement. Is that okay? Now, what has happened is, let's look at this. The moment you decide that date, what is the psychological effect it has on you? What do you think? अगर मेरे को यहाँ से महाबलेश्वर पहुंचना है और मेरे पास 10 घंटे हैं, तो मैं कौन सा रूट पकड़ूंगा? 10 घंटे में. Sorry? Let's go via Panvel. Sorry? Slowest, longest. Okay, which vehicle would I use? Let's walk. Who's that? Let's walk. Okay. Who else? बैलगाड़ी में चलो. सही है. बैलगाड़ी में चलो. सही है. घोड़े पे चलो. Cycling. घोड़े पे जल्दी पहुंचे. घोड़े पे जल्दी पहुंचेंगे. Okay, now let's change this. Okay, I just have 30 minutes. How will I now go? Sorry? Helicopter. I will fly. I will ask Hanuman to come. Anything, any creative thing can come. Now, what is happening is your destination, your point B is still same, but just because you're changing the time frame, your tools are changing. Do you agree? Yes or no? Okay, now let's understand about in the same analogy. This is an analogy for you, for all of us to understand that word lust. The second part here is, now we've said what? We said, okay, आधे घंटे में पहुंच. अब दूसरा example लेते हैं. I'm not going to do the same mistake again. But assuming I'm getting married. Okay. Assuming I'm getting married and all of us are friends. Can I call you friends? All of us are friends and उनको भी अच्छा नहीं लगा मैं शादी कर रहा हूँ. So plan to come to my marriage? Yes or no? जो दोस्त यार है, जो अच्छे खासे दोस्त हैं, वो एक दूसरे को फोन करेंगे, एक गाड़ी में आएंगे, एक बस में आएंगे. अब सब सारे अच्छे दोस्त हैं, अब बड़े बस करके. Yes or no? All of this will happen, right? You listen to Chitni Chameli, you will have some beer, some whiskey, and reach before I get. दिल नहीं कर रहा बोलने का, but yeah, get married, right? Now it's around 11, 12:30, whatever is that time, and you all reach exactly on time. Do you agree? Anybody Maharashtrian here? Yeah, we say Akshara Dakala Bocha. है ना, सावधान करायला पोहोचा, म्हणजे त्याला कळलं पाहिजे की सावधान हो, पण तरी त्याला कळत नाही. So we will reach that time. Now we'll change the episode and we say at the 9:30 in the night right now, once you leave a message or a WhatsApp or a call, Yogesh is dead. Now how will you come? Now Bailgadi, gone out of the place. Cycle, gone out of the place. Godha, gone out of the place. You will actually take whatever comes your way. Do you agree? Whoever comes your way. You will not focus on kya kapde pehne. Do you agree? You will want to reach as fast as possible. Right? Now, what is this all analogy saying? That the reason to reach my destination, first is destination, and the reason to reach my destination dictates the methods that I use. Do you agree? Now, unless and until my point B is freeze, can I do all of this? So every time if I have a running goalpost, I cannot reach there. How many of you agree? My intention is not to make you emotional, by the way. My intention is to tell you that there's a science behind it. All of this analogy that I spoke about can be written down on a piece of paper, and actually you start working towards a guided path. And if you know where you have to go, you probably have more potential, more probability to convince the rest of the gang that we are going on the right path. Do you agree, yes or no? So the first word, my dear friends, is concretize where you want to go and why you want to go. Because your tools are going to keep changing. Your tools are going to keep changing. There was an OHP in 1980s. Then came a big projector. Then came a small projector. Then came these LEDs. The purpose is same, to display. Do you agree? Yes or no? The tools are changing all the time. So if you're clear about where you want to go and why you want to go. By the way, the same question is for all the friends sitting in this room, this part of the room also. You definitely need to decide where you want to go and why you need to go. And then decide the organization you want to work, because that's a tool for you. Do you agree, yes or no? So if this where and why and this where and why match, only then the tools can be common. Is that okay? Now, most of the time when employees come and employees want to take up a job, अपने पास एक rudimentary process है. 12वीं किया, engineering किया, उसके बाद 2 साल काम किया, फिर MBA किया, फिर बाहर गया, माँ बाप अच्छे हैं, बाहर भेज देते हैं, उसके बाद नीचे आया, वापस नौकरी करा, all of that. But probably when my employee, you know, reaches around 35-40, फिर वो सवाल पूछना शुरू कर देता है कि मैं कर क्या रहा हूँ. हेलो, सही बोलो नहीं बोलो? और इधर वाला ग्रुप जो है, वो इधर वाला ग्रुप 20, 25, 30 तक काम करता है, बहुत मेहनत करता है, उसको इतनी आदत लगी पड़ी है खुद ही करने की कि उसके बाद उसको लगता है कि मेरी दुकान में सबसे अच्छा इंटेलिजेंट आदमी मैं ही हूं. And so he stops empowering because he's got results by himself. Do you agree? Yes or no? And the best man that he wants to risk his money, his time, his energy is himself. Do you agree? Yes or no? Now the whole fundamental here is, it is important that we start creating common tools for success. And before that, before you move forward, you also decide where you want to go, why you want to go there. You decide where you want to go and why you want to go there. This is a rational, emotional exercise that you have to do with yourself. Is that making sense? Yes, no? Nobody's going to help you in this. Somebody can help you with tools, somebody can navigate that process for you, but you'll have to find it out. Or else you can blame everything because of Narendra Modi. That's also a choice. How is it possible that somebody is growing, somebody is not, because somebody has a clarity of what he wants to do? As simple as that. Somebody who's not having that clarity, what happens with these kind of people? Ask yourself, this is happening. You procrastinate. Procrastination का मतलब क्या है? आज नहीं, अब हम कौन से युग में रहते हैं? वो सारे लोग कलयुग में, उन्हीं के लिए कलयुग है, बाकी किसी के लिए कलयुग नहीं. So fundamentally what happens is, people who are not clear, the behaviors that we see while they're doing their task is they procrastinate. And when they start procrastinating, they do not take actions. They pile up things. And when they pile up things, they perform mediocre. Do you agree? क्योंकि अब बहुत सारे काम छोटे टाइम में करते हैं. तो किसी को नौकरी बचाने के लिए करना है, किसी को धंधा बचाने के लिए करना है, पर करना बचाने के लिए. So the first word is, what is the first word? The first word. I share a first word with you. Correct. So is it better that we probably live a well-guided, well-visualized life or a hodgy-podgy life? How do you want to live? It's immaterial whether right now it's immaterial whether you're in business or employees. Because employees also can earn a tons of money if money is the calculator. And you know, entrepreneurs can. But fundamentally, if the vision is not in place for the self and for the business, nobody's going anywhere. Is that okay? Yes, no? Point number one. We'll move to point number two now. And point number two probably is something which I believe, and I was getting very annoyed. I just experienced that feeling right now while I was sitting down, is we don't schedule a time well. We do not schedule a time well. We do not value that. अपने लिए 8 का मतलब 8 नहीं है, 8 10 है, 8 15 है. We don't value that time. And how many of you have heard this dialogue from your fathers, mother, chacha, uncle? आमच्या वेळेला हे नव्हतं. Hello? तोच dialogue तुम्ही पण मारता ना. Hey, fundamentally, what the guys are saying is, I did not pay attention to my life at that point in time. That is what they're saying. Is that okay? Now, at least people who are not saying it, at least people who are in their 30s, 35s, I request you to make a small shift. That you please value your own time. Forget about anybody else. Your own time. I was getting very, Virendra understood that. Where is Virendra? Virendra understood that. I was getting very, agitating, irritating. If you remember, sir, you came to my office. There were 5 people. I still started on time. I didn't care. Is that okay? So unless and until you do not respect your time, unless and until, how many of you live a calendarized life? Calendar. किसके पास Google का Gmail का account है? उसमें calendar है कि नहीं? कितने लोग रोज यूज करते हैं? 10% of people. Do you see this? 10% of people. Unless and until you and I do not respect our own time, nobody else is going to respect it. Is that okay? One of the reasons why I see very common thread for employees and entrepreneurs working in micro and MSP, micro and what is that? Small and micro enterprises is that nobody respects time. And until and unless you don't respect your own time, you don't respect commitment, you don't do what you say and you say what you do you think people will trust you ever? What is the formula for trust? What is the formula for trust? Seriously, ask yourself. Say what you do and do what you say. You don't need to do anything else. आप जो बोलते हो वो करो, जो करते हो वो लो. इंसान का भरोसा बैठेगा नहीं बैठेगा. What do you say? So one of the reasons and patterns that we've seen is people do not value time. And the same man, if he goes to Dubai, the same man he goes to Singapore, same man goes to UK, same man who goes to London, will then be 5 minutes early. Will not spit on the roads, will not jump the signals. The same man. And that's the power of environment. But unfortunately, as businesses, we don't take care of that. As employees or probably professionals, we don't take care of that. That my time is the only asset that I have, which will never come back. How many of you agree? A man can probably burn all his money, burn all his houses, burn his car, and can stand up again. But if he loses that time, it's gone. And hence that respect to time, on coming on time, and delivering on time, and saying what you say and doing what you do is so critical for scale. How many of you agree? How many of you in sales here? Sales? And of course, everybody here is selling. So you have no other choice, right? But how many of you agree that people buy you, don't buy your products? People buy you, yeah. Now, people buy people and not products. What are the traits of people who are getting bought? One of them is time. One of them is time, and very critical element is time. If I'm not respecting time for myself, it's not going to work. So second element is we do not spend enough time in thinking how to plan a day, how to plan a week, how to plan a month. Because most of the time we are doing small, petty things. And we feel we are doing productive things. Doing many things and doing productive things are different things. Please write it down. Doing many things. मेरे tasks में मेरे पास 100 चीजें हैं. And what are my majors? If I don't focus on my majors, those minors are like rabbits. They keep me every time. So focus on your majors. So what are the majors that you have? You got to write that down. Now that is based on the vision that you want to go. That is based on where you want to reach, how fast you want to reach. Based on that, your majors are written down. If you don't have those majors, if you do not have a system that is allowing you to stay on that track, you probably may not be able to achieve it, and you keep falling down. Every time you keep falling down. Is that okay? Because the need of more, if you want to have a pen and paper, write it down. The need of more is always overpowered by the need of less. Write it down. The need of more is always overpowered by the need of less. If you have 50 employees, 100 employees working, and their need will always be bigger than your need. Do you agree, yes or no? If there is one man working in a house, their need will be always more than your need. Do you agree, yes or no? Now, unless and until that breadwinner, from a business point of view, the entrepreneur, from an home point of view, the person who's making money in the house, unless and until you do not focus on your majors, you will always be short of money. You will always be running around something which is immediately there. You will always be not happy, stressed. Generally, I don't use those words because they are out of my dictionary. So just keep that in mind. The first is decide where you want to reach and then go deep into planning your time to achieve it. The third very important thing that I have seen as a pattern growing, and I've written it down on a piece of paper so that I don't forget, is the initiatives that we take which are more strategic in nature. How many of you know the word called strategy, by the way? Strategy suna hai na? What do you mean by that? Have I made you too serious? All well, all in the well. All well? Great. So tell me what is the word strategy? What do you mean by the word strategy? Sorry? I'm not able to see you, sir. Sorry. Common sense is strategy, okay? Systematic policy. Plan, okay? Process. Okay. What else? Financial discipline is strategy, okay? Roadmap, okay?
Method to achieve specific goal.
Method to achieve specific goal, okay? Okay, I come from an army background. My father, my great grandfather, all of them came from army. Okay? So now comes from war. So the word of strategy, Rananiti, comes from war. That's where it got evolved. So the moment I say war, are you sure there are two parties? Yes or no? There are two parties, right? The moment I say there is a war, husband, wife, two parties. Right? Now I keep talking about husband, wife, it's because I love my wife. I just realized this is bloody getting recorded. I am too scared. No, but there's a husband and wife, right? So there's a war, or there is a war, which means there are two parties, two opposing parties. So if I'm saying two opposing parties, which means I need to win. Yes or no? Which means anything that I do at the marketplace that helps me to win is called strategy. Is that okay? So one of these strategic initiatives taken by the Hockey Federation a couple of years back, till the time 1981, when India was winning all the gold medals all the time. In 1985, the turf was changed, and India dropped down to 10th position. Is that okay? Strategic initiative. So fundamentally, yeah. No, I will wait. No problem. This is how respect is being shown. मला थोडंसं काय करू माझी चूक नाही बाबा आर्मी मध्ये होते. All right, so fundamentally what we say, people need to win. If I have a strategy, which means I have a strategy against who? Against opponent. Who's my opponent in my business? My competition. My competition. Okay. For who's the opponent for the employees? My own. Yeah, please go ahead. To win the customer. To win the customer. Very good. Which means there is always a method to move and reach first. Is that okay? English, I just corrected the English, but the fact is always right that to win a better customer, to get better employees, yeah, and in overall to become a company that is working. Do you agree? So whatever is the definition that absolutely, kya baat hai sir, taali bajaओ sabke liye. That's an approach, that's an approach. I don't see anybody else. I'm competing with myself. Is that what you say? Wonderful, very nice. Fundamental word strategy comes from a place where I have to win against somebody, sometimes against myself. So now the question here is, what all do you need to win against? Okay. I'm just drilling down the questions. So the first thing that you have to win against is subdued quality of products. Hello? Yes or no? And we are living in a mass market. अपने आप में सब कुछ बिकता है. Do you agree? Yes or no? सब कुछ बिकता है. So subdued marketplace where cost is high and value is less considered. So there is I'll tell you the tool in Google. It's called diffusion of innovation. Unless and until I have chosen market that I want to operate, and I'm only for that market, I will not be able to win. How many of you feel that you create great products? Please raise your hand. We create great products, sir. There are only two things. Either your product is not great or you don't know how to market them. Is that okay? Either your product is not good, and there's nothing wrong to feel that. It's okay. Sometimes my product would be bad. No problems with that. That's a part of the process. Or I don't know how to market it. Now, let's look at the third thing, rather second thing. One is subdued products. Second, very important process, very, very important process. I am not able to attract talent. Please raise your hand if you feel so. I am not able to attract talent. And the talent that I have do not understand the vision that I have. This is a question to all of you. Fourth very important thing that probably we need to win against is my ability to understand cash. I want people to go and check their book of accounts and look at the ARs that you have. Look at the ARs that you have. I'll give you a classic example. An average OD or an average CC comes at around 7, 7.88. अगर बहुत ही अच्छा civil bill है, तो 7.5 से 8 तक, 8.5 तक मिल जाती है. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yeah. अगर थोड़ा खराब है, ये वो है, तो 9, 9.5, 10 तक मिल जाती है. अब ये 10% से पैसा लेके 120 दिन कस्टमर पैसा नहीं दे रहा. मतलब आप इधर भी ब्याज देते हो और इधर भी ब्याज देते हो. Do you agree? Yes or no? So I'll give you one fundamental that I learned from somebody, and he's from Pune, by the way. I respect him a lot. Mr. Pramod Chaudhary. Do you know who's he? Correct. He said these three statements, and I'll never forget in my life. He's been helping me in doing a lot of things because we work together in certain things. But he said, push sales, be obsessed to serve the customers and collect fast. Push sales, be obsessed. Obsession होना चाहिए. वो नहीं 24/7 वो वाला. Obsession होना चाहिए. And third is collect fast. If this methodology is being put, there are 3 processes, 3 boxes of scalability. If you have your pen and paper, write it down. The first box is called cash creation. So अगर strategy लिखनी है तो इन 3 boxes में लिखें. The first box is cash creation. The second box is cash processing. And the third box is called cash collection. How many of your employees know that they are all cash creators, all cash processors, all cash collectors? How many of you know that the reason you go to the office is to ensure that whatever you get, you have to multiply it into 10x and give it back to the company? How many of you know that? 1, 2, 3. Now this is the question that you have to ask yourself. Are you giving 10x, 15x, 20x to your company in order to achieve the goals that you have? And the question that you have to answer is, do I have a roadmap that allows me to get that 20x? Have I given him an environment that allows him to give me 20x? The core job of an entrepreneur strategically is to start in next 6 months, 5 months. First thing is to, if you not given an emotional direction, what is the word? अपने को 100 करोड़ पहुंचना है, 50 करोड़ पहुंचना है, आपके 100 और 50 में किसको इंटरेस्ट नहीं है? Do you agree? Yes or no? That is your 100 crores. What am I going to get into? Because everybody wants what's in it for me. Right? So the first that is very, very important direction. This is how we want to reach there. First direction. Second is give them tools, ample amount of tools. Those tools could be in form of training, tools could be in form of ERP, systems, processes, consultants, coaching, training in-house, whatever you want to give them those tools that allow them to reach that direction. And why did somebody say, authority के साथ power भी देना? Why did that response come? That response came because साहब बोलते तो इधर जाने का, हमारे पास कुछ power नहीं जाने के लिए. हर बात उनको पूछनी पड़ती है. कहाँ के भाई साहब जिन्होंने बोला सही? ये मतलब क्या हो? Second is tools. Give them tools. So, how many of you feel proud of the company that you operate in or you work in? Proud. You feel proud of what you do. 50% of them. Now, people who are proud, if you're happy about something, what do you do generally? If you get a beautiful excitement or an experience today, what do you do? Sorry? You generally tend to? You announce it. You keep announcing it. How many of you talk about your work on daily basis to people who are not involved in the work? How many of you? मैं वापस repeat करता हूँ सवाल को. How many of you talk about your work and how exciting that work is with people who are not involved in your work? Choice है क्या उनके पास? See, this is what I'm talking about, pride. A man who's proud about his work will talk about it every day, everywhere. And that pride has to be inculcated in people. Do you agree? Yes or no? That pride has to be inculcated. It's like a steroid dose every day. Have you seen the Tata workers coming out of the, Tata Motors thing? They Tata wala blue. Yeah, they have a dabba. Very proud of it. Do you agree? Yes or no? He must be a basic engineer, but the father says, "Aapka murga Tata madhe." Sorry, sir said something. You good, sir? So fundamentally, it is important to inculcate that pride. Now, how do you inculcate that pride? One very important thing is You can only inculcate pride if you have built a common vision along with your team. For people who are not having, people who are in jobs, build a common vision of your family. Then you suddenly see everybody supporting. Sir. So, and that positivity will be driven if you have a common shared value and vision. If you don't have a common shared value and vision, people tend to have obstacles, unknown obstacles. They don't want to create obstacles, but unknowingly the obstacles happen. You'll be surprised if I tell you, okay, go and walk in that corner. Okay, if I ask somebody to go and walk in that corner, he'll start walking. Do you agree? Yes or no? If I say go and walk around, what is the man going to do? He'll probably stop. Okay, he'll probably stop, and after that, he probably, if I put a hurdle into it, he'll stop there. He'll say, "Aapne wo beech mein dal diya na." But the man who's directed well, he will turn around and say, "You have already asked me." No, he'll change the route and he'll reach there. That important is direction. So when it comes to four very important elements, and the last elements that we have right now is give them the direction. Second, make sure that you're giving them tools. Third, engage them well. And fourth, this is for my friends who want to become good leaders in life. Ask questions. Ask regular questions. Mood aane pe sawal mat pucho. And a lot of business owners make this mistake कि वो regularity नहीं है सवाल पूछने की. A lot of leaders and managers make this mistake. Regularity नहीं है सवाल पूछने की. अगर सवाल पूछने का सिलसिला बंद हो गया, then people assume that they are right. Is that okay? Okay, I didn't want you to say that. Complacency creeps in because the alertness goes off, because nobody is asking a question. And I learned this very, very in a simple way. I just end this with an example. I started with a company called DHL. Anybody knows what is DHL? Yeah, what is it? Sorry? Yeah, it's the world's largest logistics center, a logistic company. Don't call it as a courier company. I feel offended. You know, so I started from DHL. From DHL, I moved out to Airtel. Bharti Airtel was a startup at that point in time. One circle. So it gave me a chance to start all my career. Went on to Sweden, joined Telenor, came to Birlas, joined, and then rolling around. पर मेरे को ये एक चीज बड़ी समझ में आई. I left my organization. I left the corporate life at the age of 31, and for last 11 years I've been into my entrepreneurship. Acquired 2 companies. One is in IT, one is in manufacturing. The third is the university that I'm running. But fundamentally, what I realized is, जिस दिन सवाल पूछने का सिलसिला बंद हुआ ना, उस दिन करियर खत्म. So when I was a frontliner, my manager was asking me. When I became a manager, my senior manager was asking me. My senior manager was, when I became senior manager, my VP was asking me. When I became a VP, my chairman was asking me. The moment I reached up to chairman, iske upar kuch nahi hai, then I said, nahi, idhar nahi karna. Sawal पूछने का सिलसिला बंद नहीं होना चाहिए, and you have to create a system that allows you to ask questions in a more non-threatening way, and more importantly, also give empowerment to your people that they can speak out. And that is only possible after asking a question, you listen to them. Because most of the time we ask the question and we only answer the question. And we lose the opportunity of listening. So 4 things that I'm just wanting to close this evening on. First, can somebody repeat this for me and let's see what is the recall. First, what is the first thing to do? Give them direction. Give them a common direction. All of us going in the common direction. Second, what is the second one? Give them tools. Give them tools to perform. Third, engage them. Engage them. And fourth is ask questions. Achha, sare sawal idhar. For people who want to really grow in their employment, I'll give you one statement. I have been an employee also in my life. So I'm giving you a very, very clear statement. If you are till the age of 30, anybody below 30, behave like a cobbler. You know what is a cobbler, right? Who's a cobbler? Mochi. Behave like a mochi. You know why? Uske paas choice nahi rehti ki wo kaun sa chappal siyega. The moment it comes, he will just stitch it. If you're below 30, is that okay? If you're above 30, from 30 to 35, invest heavily in your education. Heavily in your education. And when you are 35, make sure that you are in a position to demand success. Only then it will come to you. Is that okay with everybody? So like these guys will have to do 4 things, you will have to do these 3 things. Yeah? So I thank you all of you for letting me in. I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For all the friends who are sitting here, there is something called application. Application. You have a lot of free courses for your education. Okay, you can definitely use them for as well and for better leadership. You can use all of that, and I'm sure that will benefit all of it. The whole purpose of SIR University is to value education, and it's only on medium and small businesses. Okay, so it's not some that we've picked up from Google. You will see the research that's gone inside, which is aligned to the complete Indian ecosystem of industry. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a brilliant session, I think. Everybody enjoyed it, right? Sir, just 2 minutes. I'd just like to call upon Mr. Amit Gulwade to felicitate Dr. Yogesh Pawar, sir. A round of applause. And I would also request all the CWC members just to come ahead. So we have a lot of felicitations now. All of Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Subodh Murkevar from CWC to felicitate Fabric Socks, our sponsors, for tonight. Next one, Guru Ketan Chaudhary, sir, to felicitate Vahan. Ullas, Vahan, team, please. Can I have all the sponsors team come ahead? All sponsors, anyone, coordinator. Mr. Ullas Vatpal to felicitate Asawa Insulation. Asawa team. Can we have a continuous applause please, for our sponsors for tonight? Vimal Chawla sir, to felicitate Neil Taylor. Ishrae training team and myself to felicitate them. Abhijit Pawar to felicitate Nihal Enterprises. This song Steve there.
He left.
Nihal Enterprises. Anyone from Nihal Enterprises? So moving on, we would like to felicitate Mr. Rahul Pavalkar from Awesome. By Nitin Joshi. FSI, Pune President Nitin Joshi, and Simple Jain Madam.
तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए तालियां
Amit Gulwade sir to felicitate our Ishrae President Mr. Yash Karkhanis.
Yes sir, he is president elect for next year.
Anshul Gandhi ma'am to felicitate National President FSAI Mr. Ajit Raghavan. Mr. Ajit Raghavan. Mr. Anuj Gupta to felicitate Rata President Dilip Jha. Was Anshul Madam to felicitate.
राघवन सर के लिए जोरदार तालियां मिस्टर अजीत राघवन नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ एफएसए है
Satish Menon sir to felicitate IL President Mr. Sudhir Patil.
ISL is Indian Society of Lighting Engineers. जोरदार तालियां टाटा के लिए
Last one, Mr. Dr. Sheetal Kumar wanted to felicitate Umesh Kamble from Awesome.
I also request Dr. Ramdhar sir to felicitate Mr. Jayan Joshi from Delhi Traders Association.
Jayan Joshi sir is president of Delhi Traders Association.
Technology, sir.
Daily technology, sorry, my apologies.
Sorry, sir. Thank you. So Siddharth, have you been good host tonight?
Let's hear from the audience. Are we the good host?
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
So should our effort also be acknowledged? So on that note, I request Mr. Kotkar to felicitate my co-host Siddharth.
And also Mr. Kotkar to present my co-host. Suppose again to felicitate Mr. Vipin Chawla sir for a fantastic stage organization. Vipin sir will felicitate Subodh for a
I request Mr. Vimal Chawla to also felicitate all the student volunteers.
All students, please come on the dais. Okay. I would like to request Shriram Automation to come on dais, being a silver medal. Please come on the dais. I would like to call Vimal to felicitate. Viju ma'am. Yeah, she's here. I would like to call Kolhapur team, Nasik team, and Aurangabad team to come on dais. Kolhapur team, please. Nasik team. Thane, Mumbai left. Thanks for your support. You travel all the way from your destination to Pune to support ACR Trendz, and they want to do a mega announcement today for all our sponsors and all our delegates. Kolhapur, Sangli is our subchapter, Aurangabad is our subchapter, and this year we have decided to have two national events with Kolhapur, Sangli and one with Aurangabad. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Bharat Dere, President-elect from Kolhapur Sangli. Mukunda Andire, Treasurer of Kolhapur Sangli Subchapter. President Nasik Chapter.
What we are going to announce is Kolhapur is going to host a national event of REFCON on 25th of November. I urge all the sponsors who have supported us in this event, previous event, and coming events in the future also to support our sub-chapters in Kolhapur, Sangli, as well as the event which is coming up, Pharma Connect in Aurangabad.
With this, I would like to announce these two major events in our sub-chapters. So those who want to book their stalls for RefCon and Pharma Connect, they can contact Mr. Dere and Mr. Gayadan. Okay, Deepavani, please felicitate. I would like to call K. Ramchandran sir to felicitate our residential member, Mr. Vikram Murthy sir. Vikram Murthy sir. He's always been supportive to Ishrae Pune chapter. All events he has attended. Vikram Murthy sir के लिए जोरदार तालियां.
So dear all, as we come towards the end of ACR Trendz 2022-23, let me remind you all that an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires stringent planning, perfect execution, and a bird eye for details. All of this is possible only with a dynamic team. On this note, I request Mr. Chetan Thakur, Secretary SY 23-24 of Ishrae Pune chapter, to propose the vote of thanks. Also, a small announcement from my side. Before leaving, everyone is requested to collect the industrial delegates.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I feel honored to get an opportunity to propose a vote of thanks. I thank you all of you for your kind patience, and hope you have enjoyed all the sessions. I thank you all the speakers. I thank you all the dignitaries present for today's event. Also, I like to express my gratitude to our society and platinum partner Kesko, silver partner Hariom Metals and Tubes, insulation partner Armacel, sustainability partner Ishrae Enterprises, gateway activity partner Elsewhere Engineers, skilling partner SIL, School of Inspirational Leadership. Also, today's event silver partner Sheeran Automation and Control, Gala Dinner and Lingard partner Asawa Insulation, delegate gift partner Fabric Shops, table partners Ishrae Trading, Zillabe, Van Control, Nihal Enterprises. Also, I'd like to thank Mr. Suraj Ramade for making this hall available. Thank you to PYC Khana for making this hall available to us. Thank you all CWC team for their hard work to make this event a success. Thank you once again to everyone. Now you can all thank me. Bar is open.